Okay, how's everyone doing today? I decided not to stream yesterday because I was a little bit tired and not feeling too great, so decided to not stream and everything. Um, yeah, this has been more of a quieter week for news and stuff. Like, really, the only thing we have to talk about is like some QP updates. Doug Ford at the Emergencies Act, right? Or yeah, on the Emergencies Act, I should say. Um, as well as the Go Transit workers stuff, and and then we can laugh at the fucking finance minister as well on some of the remarks that she's made. But yeah, we'll probably have a decent amount of fun today, so I guess we'll just hop into it.
Only if QP agrees to show a similar gesture of good faith by stopping their strike.
Premier Doug Ford promises to repeal the controversial legislation, but only if education workers return to work. Good afternoon. We begin with breaking news. Premier Doug Ford making a pitch to try and end the education workers' strike by offering to repeal the education law, but only if CUPE ends their work stoppage. We are hearing from the union right now. We will get to them momentarily, but for now, let's go to CTV's Colton Frail, who is live with the latest on this. Colton?
Matt, when Premier Doug Ford invoked the notwithstanding clause and passed a legislated contract, it was a message that he would do what he felt was needed to keep kids in class. But that plan failed. Education workers went on strike anyway, and thousands of kids are learning from home.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how this kind of blew up in his face like I thought it was going to. It's totally not like, a vast majority of the population in Ontario supported the QP workers going on strike and whatever and shit, right? So, yeah, there's that. Um, yeah, it's I I I think Doug Ford came back to the negotiating table. Uh, I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it's just really funny how I thought, you know, the stuff that I thought actually came into fruition, or yeah, came into fruition. Exactly what I said was gonna happen ended up happening. You know, Doug Ford being drastically unpopular doesn't help either, especially after the shit that he did to the QP workers.
Today, now the premier is changing tactics. In an announcement this morning, Ford says his government is willing to return to the negotiating table and rescind Bill 28 so long as teachers stop the strikes that are currently underway.
I have
It's kind of, it's kind of like um, going on strike actually kind of works, and puts pressure on either the company or the institution that's you know um threatening to do all this shit.
put out a massive olive branch. I've said I will rescind.
it it is not an olive branch. It is not an olive branch. Let's not beat around the bush. It is the bare fucking minimum that you should have done to begin with. You can't tout that this is your fucking victory and trying to smear the QP workers and trying to be like, oh, we look at how unreasonable QP is being, despite the fact that we saw your fucking horrendous actions towards the QP workers, as well as the egregious legislation that you had passed. Like, what? You have no fucking moral high ground here.
Section 33 based on them going back into the classrooms, getting the kids back in the classrooms, and they can only control that. I can't control that. And once they do,
I love the fact that he's still trying to push, oh come on, please please go back to classes and have our fucking children go back into school. I think QP is going to try and negotiate with them. That's what I imagine that they would do. Yeah. I had a feeling that there would be like no general strike to come out of this. If Doug Ford walked back. You had some people pushing for a general strike, but let's be honest, what does a general strike accomplish in this? I think it would just be completely silly to do so. But as we have seen, or as we are seeing, more more union workplaces or unionized workplaces following in the footsteps of QP and going on strike in order to demand higher wages, such as the Go Transit in BC. Because I mean, let's be real, the fucking bus drivers in BC deserve a lot more than what they're getting paid now.
do that, we sit down on the table and we negotiate a fair deal. Folks, eventually this has to come to an end. The only people...
Yeah, it will come to an end when you actually fucking negotiate with QP. That's how that is. That's how that works. Striking is... It's a given right in Canada, as well as, it fucking works, because it makes twats like this scared. And, when they notice, that fucking their production stops, or, in this instance, kids not being in school, it just fucking works.
Ford says his government is willing to make a fair deal, but he has refused to commit to not using the notwithstanding clause in the future. Now, Matt, we were expecting to hear from...
Yeah, like I thought, like, he won't fucking back down from not using the notwithstanding clause. Like, it was predictable that was going to happen. Like, anyone could have saw that coming. Yeah, first it's going to be against, fucking workers going on strike, because, they understandably were not too impressed with the amount that the government was pushing for a wage increase, which was already pretty fucking low, relatively speaking. And the next thing I imagine is going to happen is they're going to be using the notwithstanding clause on fucking political protests. Things that this moron doesn't agree with. It's just a matter of time.
QP a lot earlier this morning. We are starting to hear from them right now. A press conference just getting underway. Matt.
Okay, CTV's Colton Prale live for us. Thank you, Colton. Let's go now, if we can, to that news conference. QP holding it right now. Moments ago, saying and confirming they have in writing that the provincial government will rescind Bill 28 from the Premier's office, and saying job action will end starting tomorrow. So schools will be expected to be open tomorrow. Let's listen in and hear from Laura Walton.
And I want to take a moment to speak directly to Ontario education workers, my co-workers and our members. We have our bargaining rights back.
Let's go.
And I am as committed as I've ever been to getting a deal that works for each and every one of you. You led this movement that brought labor unions together with parents and concerned Canadians everywhere.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is that there were other labor unions not only like threatening to go on strike because of the CUPE strike, uh, other labor unions also helped out CUPE a lot by saying, you know, if the fucking Ford government actually decides to enforce the fucking $4,000 and $500,000 fines, that, you know, they would help out CUPE, which is very good. And it looks like that those in the it looks like that the legislation passed, like the idiotic legislation passed for the strikes, is going to, you know, be repealed.
You led this movement that showed the people of Ontario that you can stand up to a bully, look them in the eye, and say, hell no, not today.
Another thing that I think we're not addressing as well in this conversation is the amount of support that, or yeah, in the amount of support that, you know, average everyday Canadians, whether they be from Ontario or elsewhere, have literally been fucking messaging like Doug Ford and the other fucking guy to, you know, stop being an asshat.
And I want to say I am so very proud of every single one of you. And we're going to be going back to that bargaining table to continue the fight. Thank you.
Let's go.
My name is Bea Brusk, and I'm the president of the Canadian Labour Congress. The Canadian Labour Congress brings together over 3 million workers in private and public sector areas right across this country. We represent those folks who keep our economy going day in and day out. We play a critical role in Canada's economy. We are the unionized workers who are keeping this country running. Last week, Premier Ford made a very dangerous decision. He rammed through a law
And
that would
stupid.
have grossly rammed through an unfair collective agreement on the lowest paid education workers in this province. He also wanted to strip away legal protections that Canadian workers have had for many, many decades. The right to strike is an absolutely essential part of free and fair collective bargaining. And under no circumstances will Canada's unions allow any premier to take that right away.
Let's go.
Premier Ford did this when he knew that our economy is in peril. He did this when he knew that schools, children, parents, grandparents, and employers would be scrambling by trying to implement this kind of a bill. He knew that every single workplace would be impacted at a time when our economy and the people of this province cannot withstand another blow. I'm glad that Premier Ford made the right decision this morning and walked back this dangerous and reckless legislation. But now that he's put his promise in writing, I'm asking him to put his money where his mouth is and actually get to the bargaining table and negotiate a fair deal. Let's be clear, Premier Ford grossly overreached, and the support from the workers, from the very workers that CUPE represents in this game, those 55,000 courageous workers who stood up and said, no way, not today, was matched by the thousands and millions of workers across this country coming together and saying, hell no, not going to happen today. And we appreciate that now is the time to get back to that bargaining table, and let there be no mistake. Canada's unions are ready to come back and rally once again and do whatever it takes to get this done.
Hi, my name is Karen Brown. I'm president of the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario. On behalf of ETFO and the 83,000 members we represent, I'd like to thank CUPE National for inviting me here to be with you all today. We stand together, united in solidarity, and fueled by the collective power of our members, the workers of Ontario. Let there be no doubt that we will not stand by and watch this government strip away our constitutionally protected rights because they want to avoid the inconvenience of negotiations. Never, not here, not in Ontario. We will not stand by and let that happen. The draconian legislation the Ford government passed to impose collective agreements on CUPE and remove their charter rights to free and fair collective bargaining and to strike was an unprecedented attack on collective bargaining rights, the likes of which we've never seen in the Canadian history. Rest assured, we, our members, my colleagues, the people of Ontario, we will hold Premier Ford to his word to rescind Bill 28. We stand in steadfast solidarity with CUPE. You can count on us. You can count on ETFO. Solidarity.
Let's go.
Well, this is as serious as it gets. I'm Lana Payne, and I'm the national president of Unifor. We represent 315,000 workers across this country, most of whom work in the private sector. First, let me start by congratulating CUPE education workers today for their heart.
Let's go.
For their courage and their resolve. They're the reason we're all here. And to Laura Walton for her fierce and relentless leadership. To be very clear, the bargaining table is the only place where this will be settled. And the priority now is to get these workers a fair and negotiated collective agreement. Half of Unifor's members live and work here in Ontario. Bill 28, as you've already heard, represents an outrageous and unprecedented attack on workers' rights and trade union freedoms. And as a labor movement, we were prepared to respond with an unprecedented response.
So again, you're listening to live coverage of a news conference that was organized by CUPE, but clearly a number of labor leaders from across the province are there. So CUPE saying earlier too that protest sites will be collapsed tomorrow. So those will be stopped tomorrow. We are under the assumption that means that classes will resume across Ontario at any schools that were affected. Now, we will have to wait to hear from school boards to have that and to confirm that. But again, with protests scheduled to end tomorrow, CUPE also saying that they did get in writing from the Premier's office that the government will repeal Bill 28 in its entirety, including the use of the notwithstanding clause. That was the delay in what we were waiting to hear from CUPE at one point this morning. Negotiations at the bargaining table are expected to continue now at this point. So again, the Premier backs off this morning, and this strike will come to an end, it appears, tomorrow. Kids, again, we are assuming at this point, but we will confirm at some point that kids will be back in class tomorrow.
Let's go.
So stay tuned. If we learned anything more, we will bring you the very latest on this.
So yeah, guess they're
Some welcome news for parents in Ontario.
covering it
Education
already.
workers are collapsing their protest sites and they'll be back on the job tomorrow. That move comes after Premier Doug Ford promised to repeal controversial legislation that invoked the notwithstanding clause.
As a gesture of good faith, our government is willing to rescind the legislation. We're willing to rescind Section 33, but only if CUPE agrees to show a similar gesture of good faith by stopping their strike and letting our kids back into their classrooms. I urge CUPE to continue to talk with us at the bargaining table. We're willing to make a fair deal, one that offers more help for lower income workers.
Multiple public and private sector unions came out in support of CUPE. Laura Walton is the president of CUPE's Ontario School Board Council of Unions, and she says the government has made the right decision and her members want to get back to the bargaining table. But she also made it clear that private and public sector unions found the government's tactics alarming.
As a gesture of good faith to this announcement, CUPE OSPCU will be collapsing our protest sites starting tomorrow. We hope that this gesture is met with the same good faith by this government in a new proposal at the bargaining table as soon as possible. And I will be clear, we're here waiting right now. The time is ticking.
Now, the about face by the Ford government paves the way for talks to start again. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick is at the Ontario legislature, and she tells us the two sides still have a lot of work ahead of them to reach a deal. The union representing 55,000 education workers is claiming victory today, saying we won. They say that their pressure worked on Doug Ford's government. Doug Ford earlier today did make the offer to rescind Bill 28 if the union agreed to put an end to their strike. Bill 28 was introduced last week in the legislature and passed very quickly. On Thursday evening, it was passed. And it imposed a contract on these workers. It also stripped away their right to strike, and it invoked the notwithstanding clause, something that's very rarely done in Canada. Ford defended that move, saying it was necessary to keep kids in class. He described the offer this morning as a massive olive branch, and he said the government was willing to get back to
Fucking
the table
snake.
to try and reach what he called a fair deal for these workers. That's what the union says they're still after, a fair deal. Wages is one of the key issues in these contract negotiations. They're saying they're happy that Doug Ford has agreed to repeal Bill 28 and that they are ready to get back to the bargaining table tonight. But they say they will keep fighting for higher wages, and they did not completely take the idea of a strike off the table, saying it's possible they could still do that at some point.
So my question is, what the hell is the percentage that Doug Ford is going to be looking at for a wage increase? Because if it's not good, I imagine that they'll probably go on strike again, right? Despite the fact that, you know, they don't want to necessarily go on strike again. It's definitely going to be an interesting time for sure, especially with other strikes either ongoing or threatened to happen.
In the future, because it is their right to do so. Now, it's not clear when Bill 28 will be rescinded. The legislature isn't sitting this week. It's not scheduled to. So it's not clear if they will be recalled to do it quickly or wait until they're back. A statement from Education Minister Stephen Lecce said they will rescind Bill 28 at, quote, the...
I'm honestly kind of surprised that Stephen Lecce hasn't been fired either. Like, after this massive unpopular shit narrative that he was pushing, as well as the vast a huge support a huge form of support for the CUPE workers had happened, like more than fucking what Stephen Lecce thought was going to happen, as well as his disastrous fucking like what he was trying to push. Like, I doubt he will. I doubt he will be fired for it, but anything can happen. I would imagine that he should be fine, though, despite the fact that he's like incredibly fucking unpopular, especially now. But
earliest opportunity.
Now, meanwhile, school boards now communicating with parents about what will happen tomorrow. Many schools across Ontario were closed to in-person learning on Friday and again today. But now with the union saying their workers will be back at work tomorrow, it's expected that schools will be telling parents that their kids can go back to class. The Toronto District School Board has already made that announcement, saying schools will reopen tomorrow. Megan Fitzpatrick, CBC News, Toronto.
So for more on this, let's talk to some parents who have been affected by it. We've reached Jessica Lyons in Toronto. Jessica has 3 elementary-aged children and is an Ontario Parent Action Network organizer. Welcome to the program. We've also reached Heather Donovan in Bracebridge, Ontario. Heather has a 12-year-old who's been diagnosed with dyslexia.
Oh.
Both of you, I appreciate your time. Jessica, let's just start with you. What's your reaction to today's news?
My reaction is that education workers have shown us how powerful they are. They have built so much unity and strength that they forced a majority government to rescind a bill that they rammed through, to take that, to undo it, to blank. And I think that is tremendous. That is a triumph. And I think, workers all over.
It's kind of, it's kind of like, when the working class actually unites and doesn't fucking divide itself amongst not only party lines but the fucking idiotic wedge issues that are set in place. It's kind of like they have a lot more fucking power than they think they do. Who would have thought? Now, I don't expect too much to, outside of unionized groups to happen, for strikes and shit. It might push some places to unionization. We don't know for sure. We'll have to take a look and see what comes out of that, but yeah, it's definitely up in the air right now for what's going to happen.
All over Ontario are so very grateful for their leadership and their strength. But I also know that, education workers are still without a fair contract. And so, we're concerned about this. Parents need to see education workers get a fair deal. We need to see that our schools be fully funded, and we need more education workers in each school building for that, and we need them to be earning decent wages. And I encourage all parents to show visible support with their purple squares tomorrow at school.
Just
100%. The fact that they were getting paid $39,000 per year is just absolutely abhorrent. There is absolutely no reason for that. I mean, they're fucking keeping the schools open and running, so if we'll see what the Ford government does, but if it's pretty fucking bad, I fully expect them to go on strike again.
Jessica, let me bring you in on this conversation. Classes return for in-person learning tomorrow. What is your thoughts on that, and what's it been like for you and your children?
Is it to me?
Oh,
Heather or Jessica?
Heather, sorry.
Oh,
sorry,
no
Heather.
worries. I'm sorry. What? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, absolutely. My apologies on that. Classes do return tomorrow for in-person learning. What are you and your children? How are you reacting to all of this?
It's a mixed emotions. Am I glad that the schools are going back? Of course. But it's just so up and down. Do we make lunches? Don't we make lunches? Is there going to be, how are the children affected by all this? One day they're in school, one day they're not in school. Is this the end of it? Are they going to be able to negotiate, or are we just going to face this again down the road?
So it's been tough.
It's extremely tough, and it's tough for me as a parent, and I'm an adult. I can't even imagine how that translates to the children. Stability is the number one thing, and there is absolutely no stability. They haven't had stability in years.
And your 12-year-old daughter has dyslexia. So
my son.
Your son, sorry about that. Your son has dyslexia. How important is it for your son to be in class?
It's vital. It's not even it's without being in class. He already struggles to learn in class. When he's not in class, there is no learning.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, when those who help and assist those with learning disabilities aren't being paid fairly. It's kind of like, they want to understandably make a lot more money for the amount of labor that they're putting in. Because depending on the educational assistant, you could be facing like up to 2, sometimes in some French cases up to 3 individuals that you are or that they are helping learning. Personally, I've only seen it at the most of 2. That's just from my experience, though. Yeah, I think generally it tends to be less, or if it's like if like a family has the same amount of children, or if they have more than one children in the class, they might be assigned to help both of them out, despite the fact that that's completely fucking ridiculous. Because generally one is more than enough.
Period.
Yeah, that's really hard for you. Let me bring you back in on this, Jessica. Talk about what it's like for you and your children when they're not in school, because everybody's been going through the COVID pandemic for a couple of years, and then to have this kind of hit again, just talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, I really echo my guest. I think the transitions are tough, and what we need is kids to have that stability to adjust to school, and that's why it's so disappointing that the Ford government has forced this issue. They had months to settle a fair contract. Now they're introducing crazy legislation. Now they're taking it back. I mean, this is a roller coaster and a crisis that is all their own making.
Yep.
And we know that education workers have been consulting parents, have been listening to parents, and are fighting for the schools that our children deserve. And parents really need to echo that support really strongly right now, because a deal hasn't been reached. So we haven't finished this fight yet. And so I encourage all parents to really get out there and be vocal with your support.
Heather, let me just ask you this question, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. The Ontario government says if they give this 11% to these workers, then that sets a precedent when going into negotiations with other unions, and they simply can't afford that. What are your thoughts on that characterization?
Absolutely. The situation, I can see it from all sides. It does set a precedent, and like I've stated this before, every time there's a contract negotiation, it just seems like there's a strike, and I just don't. Striking in the past has always been like the last resort. Now it just seems to be the first option, and like the
What? That's not even true. Striking is the last resort. The fact that this lady is saying that striking is their first option just goes to show how some people have bought into the idiotic shit that Doug Ford and Stephen Lecce were pushing, that this is going they're always gonna fucking force a strike if they don't receive what they want, which is completely idiotic. Striking is always the last option. They generally, unions will try and push like they'll always want to be there at the negotiation table in order to do so. But the fact that the Ford government didn't want to, negotiate with CUPE and was for months and didn't want to, actually fucking do shit about it and push idiotic legislation to make striking illegal. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry, but CUPE is not the villain in this instance. They are trying to take care of their workers, like every good union should. And Doug Ford and Stephen Lecce and the rest of his government decided not to come to the negotiation table and provide a reasonable wage increase for CUPE workers that were making $39,000 or lower. It just goes to show that, if you are in some form of or if you have some form of authority, you can essentially say whatever the fuck you want, and you will still have some people believe it, regardless of if they're smart or if they're fucking dumbasses. But no, CUPE is not the villain in this instance. They have been monstrably good for the future of unionization efforts and union work within Ontario, and maybe to a greater extent, possibly even Canada as well.
The money where's this money coming from? I don't disagree
Come
that they
on,
need to increase
bro.
the.
Where is this money coming from? Maybe it's, maybe it's coming from fucking funds that they were initially supposed to get that Doug Ford decided to pocket. Like, come on, bro. What the fuck are you even saying? Like, we know for a fact that Doug Ford pocketed so much fucking money from, like, not only the education sector but the healthcare sector as well. Let's see here. But yeah, like, we know for a fact that Doug Ford was pocketing money. Like, anyone who disagrees with that or tries to state otherwise is a fucking idiot and is trying to push some form of political agenda and being like, well, no, what he was doing was right. We need to privatize these sectors because, they're not performing as anticipated because, funding was cut towards them.
The wages of our support staff, they're vital. But like we went through a pandemic, the budget, this money just doesn't generate. It has to come from somewhere. And I do sympathize with the Ford government in that aspect.
What? But the Ford government was given funds for it. He just decided to cut fucking spending towards it because he views it as something that's not deemed not necessary. It's the exact same thing with fucking healthcare towards Ontarians has been fucking dog shit as well.
I agree. It sets a precedent, and I don't know what the solution is, but
what?
I don't blame the Ford government for saying that.
And just
you 100% should. The Ford government literally fucking got the funds required for the to raise the wages of these employees, but he decided not to do that. He decided that, you know, him and his friends deserve the money that was given out to improve the systems by the liberal government. But you know, because apparently they are very fucking important, right?
Scott, let me get you in on this as well. And when it comes to that argument, we're, you know, clearly across the country, there are tough economic times for all levels of government. And
Actually, that's not true. There's a $2 billion surplus in Ontario right now. There was $1 billion unspent in last year's Ontario
True.
education budget. There's absolutely the money. And actually, most parents are workers and we all need a raise. And
True.
we see that what needs to happen is that education workers should set a high bar because that will improve our chances as workers of all different kinds. I'm a nurse. I know what it's like to be facing wage restraint legislation. This is actually really important that we all stand together. The Ford government has created budget restrictions that are A, fictional because there's a surplus, but also has provided tax cuts to friendly donors.
She is 100% correct on every single aspect in that there has been a surplus, not only just in Ontario, but in a vast majority of provinces across the board, mostly because a vast majority of the country has conservative premiers, and you know, conservative premiers like to fucking cut everything drastically. And we've seen time and time again that they'll do literally anything to lie and say, well, no, there isn't a surplus, and then try to justify the shit that they've done by fucking cutting taxes for their wealthy donors. She is 100% correct on this.
But let's just let's just talk about the fact that if they give this 11% here, that it sets a precedent for other unions, and then that's
okay. That's a bad thing. Why? That just means that the fucking industry that is making shit tons of money from the exploitation of the laborers in that industry, that, you know, they're fucking working very fucking hard. They're probably doing overtime as well. You know, it's setting a high wage rate, which honestly, like 11% even isn't even all that high, to be perfectly honest. It is just silly. Like it only, like, undermining the amount of that QP is asking for, that the Ford government has proposed, is ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry, but 2.5%, like, going on from fucking $39,000 is absolutely nothing. But yes, there are other industries that are being completely fucking shafted for the amount of work that they're doing, and rightfully so. After seeing the QP strikes, they're going to want to go on strike as well, and or at the very least try and negotiate to get better wages, you know, because we've seen that time and time again. The fucking oil, like big oil, and the fucking oligarchy, or the fucking oligarchy that is the fucking Canadian grocery store line, or grocery store chains, have been making fuck tons of money and raising prices, and only when they've been, you know, fucking been threatened by investigation by the NDP and liberals, decided to fucking put a price freeze on until I think it was February. So yeah, no, it's completely fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry, but I don't give a shit if the the industries that are underfunding their, or like undermining their completely their labor force completely, and is taking like a fuck ton of the surplus labor value from its workers to like make as much money as fucking possible. Like, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit. If they can't afford to raise the wages of their unionized workers, when their unionized workers, or when their workers have been putting in a fuck ton of effort, they should not be in business. End of story. That's how the fucking free market's supposed to work. And guess what? If you're a business, your fucking wages are an expense. So if you can't fucking if you can't balance the books and fucking be like perfectly fine in like every other regard, you should not be in business. But I think that any is an industry or business that is not able to afford the paying their fucking employees a livable wage, they should not be in business at all to begin with. I'm sorry if that upsets a lot of fucking idiotic small business owners, but it's the truth, you know.
Going to be, very, very expensive. Jessica.
Yeah, so I'm speaking in support of that. First of all, I believe the
Based.
last offer that CUPE made was just over 6%. So they have come down. But we also we know that these workers have faced wage restraint and suppression and have had 0s and 1%. And now we're facing a situation where extreme inflation in this province.
She's right.
Food banks are out of food. There's extremely.
I really like her. She's like unironically the base liberal mom. That's fucking awesome. Let's go.
Difficult economic times, workers actually need a raise. That's what we need.
Heather, let me get your response to this. I heard you wanting to jump in.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees with the fact that these workers absolutely deserve a raise. But I do understand where you're coming from, that it's, if they were to agree to the 11%, like, to my knowledge, or that I've been part of, 11% is the highest I've personally ever seen, or that I can recall.
Well, yeah, but like when you've been undermined and getting like fucking getting a dime while the fucking like bosses and shit have been or like, I guess in this instance higher levels of governance is making $1, yeah, understandably you're gonna be fucking pissed about that, because you're getting essentially fucking spat on, because you're seen as lesser. And yeah, no, like they are putting in the fucking work. I do not disagree with CUPE in this instance at all, or even like what was her name, Jessica? I don't disagree with that at all. Like 11% should be like the fucking baseline, not the fucking 2.5 that the fucking Ford government has been offering.
And it would set a very, very dangerous precedent, in my opinion.
How? That's so stupid. It's not a dangerous precedent. It's a very good precedent to send, because if unionized workers are making more money, and the fucking workplaces that are not unionized are making inherently less, you're gonna see a lot of immigration from that workplace into one of the workplace that is unionized, or have threats in unionization of their own workplace, or which I think would be fucking pog, or would yeah, it's or it would force fucking the competitors that are not unionized to pay their workers more fairly. Like unionized workplaces generally tend to set the precedent for what the competition is paying for its workers.
And like I do realize that the QP did come back, or we've been told that they came back and half their offer, and so if that is the case, then so be it. But I do agree that 11% is a very dangerous course to go down, because that is exactly what's going to happen. The next union is going to strike and demand the same. And where does it end?
Yeah, Jessica, let me just bring you in on something else before I let you both go. Let me ask, and I know, Jessica, you're hoping that they get this raise. They've brought the level of what they're asking for down. But when you look at what, I'm going to ask Heather the opposite question. When you look at what they could do at the table to solve this, what could CUPE do on its behalf to get this solved?
I think that CUPE is, I think what CUPE is doing and what parents and community need to keep doing is send a clear message that they are fighting for improvements to our schools. They want our
100%.
children to be happy, learning, and thriving, and that's what parents want too.
I think
and
that's
what they need for that is more education workers in each school building, which is part of the demands, more education workers, a better service for students, and also a living wage so they don't need second and third jobs in order to make ends meet. And
if you were sitting, if you were just quickly, if you were sitting, I think that's agreed. All parents want their kids in school. If you were sitting at the table, what would you concede?
What?
Jessica, sorry.
No, I'm not. You know what? That I guess that's not my focus. My focus is to add pressure, because I believe that the government could and should grant all of the demands to CUPE. I believe
but isn't it part of getting the negotiations back and part of it getting a deal?
Well, the main issue with that though is that even if they did reduce the starting off negotiation price that they were initially asking for, it's the whole point of negotiations is to reach an agreement for the union and the fucking workplace. That's how that works. And the fact that Doug Ford didn't want to come to the negotiation table to begin with, and instead trying to essentially make fucking striking legal, speaks volumes on the precedent that he's fucking setting.
Yeah, that might be. And part of it is showing a very, very, very strong, united support for education workers so that they have the power to get the best for our kids. And that's what I'm part of. And that's what I hear from parents. That's what thousands of parents have been saying for days and weeks now.
Heather, just asking you from the other side, what could the government do if it were to sit at the table and that's what CUPE says?
Well, I hope QP doesn't say that, because that just sounds like demands, not negotiation, and there has to be give and take on both sides.
What?
That's the whole point of a negotiation. But I think the government needs to listen to parents. I agree with the other panelists that it 100% needs to listen. There is lots of room for improvement. They need they can't come back with a 2% offer when the other side is asking 11. That's crazy. They need to meet more in the middle. And I personally think that I'm hoping that this negotiation is going to go better, because the bottom line is that the kids need to be back in school. And I do think both sides want that to happen. So hopefully they can put their egos aside and negotiate and do what's right for our children and get them back in school.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to end it there, but I truly appreciate...
I mean, of course both sides wanted, the kids back in school, but when you have one side completely refusing to come to the table in order to do negotiations, it kind of speaks volumes to, what that fucking side is, all about and supporting. It's just silly.
both of your perspectives on this. It was very valuable. Jessica Lyons in Toronto and Heather Donovan.
For the second day in a row, Ontario education workers are on the picket lines. 55,000 workers walked off the job Friday after the provincial government used the notwithstanding clause to pass legislation forcing them to accept a new contract. The government is before the Ontario Labour Board arguing the strike breaks the law, but union leaders say the job action will continue until they get a fair deal. Well, for more on the province's attempt to prevent the strike, we're joined by Ontario's Education Minister, Stephen Lecce.
Did we
Minister,
watch
I know
this?
it's been very busy for you. Appreciate you taking some time this afternoon. I want to start.
Did we watch this? I think.
Some welcome news for parents in Ontario. Education workers are collapsing their protest sites and they'll be back on the job tomorrow. That move comes after Premier Doug Ford promised to repeal controversial legislation that invoked the notwithstanding clause.
As a gesture of good faith, our government is willing to rescind the legislation. We're willing to rescind Section 33, but only if QP agrees to show a similar gesture of good faith by stopping their strike and letting our kids back into their classrooms. I urge QP to continue to talk with us at the bargaining table. We're willing to make a fair deal, one that offers more help for lower income workers.
Multiple public and private sector unions came out in support of CUPE. Laura Walton is the president of CUPE's Ontario School Board Council of Unions, and she says the government has made the right decision and her members want to get back to the bargaining table. But she also made it clear that private and public sector unions found the government's tactics alarming.
Yeah.
As a gesture of good faith to this announcement, CUPE OSPCU will be collapsing our protest sites starting tomorrow.
Wait. Fucking watch this.
Relief for parents in Ontario. Kids are back in the classroom and talks are back on. Education support workers ended their walkout yesterday when the Premier promised to repeal legislation that imposed a contract and banned the workers from striking. Doug Ford and Education Minister Stephen Lecce held a news conference this morning, and here is what the Premier had to say.
I'm so relieved that QP accepted our offer, that they showed the same willingness to compromise. Because today, kids are back in class exactly where they belong. I want to say a special thank you to QP Canada, Unifor, and our private sector union partners who helped get us back to the table. And
yeah, they only got you back to the table because you were fucking scared shitless about a potential general strike.
We intend to keep our end of the bargain. On Monday, we'll be introducing legislation to repeal Bill 28 in its entirety. With the cooperation of the opposition, we expect to get it passed quickly. Now,
well, yeah, because the opposition was initially against Bill 28 to begin with.
I've heard QP say we need to invest more in lower income workers.
100%.
I couldn't agree more. So today, we're back at the table. And while I can't get into details, we're back at the table with an improved offer, particularly for the lower income workers.
And the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick is standing by outside a school in Toronto. She has more on what was said in that news conference.
Yesterday, he was blaming CUPE for what's happened over the last few days. He was calling their demands, quote, ridiculous. But that's not how he was characterizing things today. It very much seemed like Premier Ford and Education Minister Stephen Lecce wanted to turn the page. They wanted to move on. Doug Ford said he doesn't want to fight anymore.
They're afraid.
And that they just want to get a deal and they want to keep kids in class. So it was definitely a different tone from Premier Ford today. He says they want to get back to the table and hammer out a fair deal. That's what the union says too, that they want a fair deal, but they have slightly different definitions of what fair means. Premier Ford was saying during his remarks too, Arthi, that he has to be a steward of taxpayer dollars and that it is a balancing act, and that negotiating contracts with CUPE has a ripple effect on other public sector contracts that are being negotiated.
Okay, so then just fucking raise the fucking wages across the board. It's not fucking rocket science.
And so he's saying he has to be responsible with taxpayer dollars. But he did hint that they are willing to give a bit in terms of wage increases to the lower income earners represented by this union. There's a range of workers that we're talking about here: custodians, librarians, school secretaries, education assistants, early childhood educators. We're not talking about teachers here, though their contracts will also be, they're also being negotiated. But Doug Ford wouldn't get into the nitty-gritty, obviously, of exactly what the government is willing to do now, how much they're willing to move. That will be done at the negotiating table. Both sides saying they will be back at that table today. Let's take a listen to what Education Minister Stephen Lecce had to say about the new, fresh round of talks.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
We're coming to the table today with the spirit of getting a deal, a voluntary agreement, a deal we always wanted to achieve on a voluntary basis that protects the in-person learning experience, but also, as the Premier noted, increases those wages to the lowest paid workers within our schools. You know, not those on the higher end making...
I love the fact that they change on how fucking quickly they changed their tune after the fucking strike.
North of 100,000, like for example, with those on the teacher side. But we're talking about the lowest paid. We have always believed we need to give them more. We started with that premise, and we'll continue to make that case at the negotiating table.
What a fucking liar, dude.
And the union has said that they are going back to the table with, quote, open hearts and open minds. So we'll see how this goes. Arthi, they're basically back to where they started. No clues as to how long this might take. And the union is saying that it's possible there could be another strike, that they have the legal right to do that, and they might exercise it if necessary. But they're saying they don't want to strike. Nobody wants to strike. They want the kids in class. They want to be at work. But they were very far apart in terms of...
I guess it depends on what the fucking Ford government decides is a reasonable fucking price to increase the wages of the education workers that are keeping the fucking school running and safe and clean. If it's like fucking 4% or something like that, I imagine they'll go on strike again.
The two sides were very far apart at the table last week, so there's still some uncertainty ahead in terms of them reaching a deal.
When we say no one wants to strike, perhaps the demographic that doesn't want a strike the most is the parents. And I know you spoke with some of them today. What did they tell you about how everything is unfolding now?
Yeah, I spoke to some parents who were dropping their kids off at the school behind me this morning. A lot of them were relieved that their kids were back in class. Not every school in Ontario was closed, but many school boards did close schools on Friday. And
the school boards that didn't close were the ones that weren't unionized.
Yesterday, because they were saying they couldn't operate the schools while these workers were off the job. Some schools had started plans to transition kids back to online learning. That had parents also scrambling for childcare, so they were relieved this morning. But some of them I spoke to were also supportive of the education workers. Here's more of what they were telling me.
It was definitely a hectic couple days, but you know what? We overall supported the ECE workers and support staff at the school, so we understood and we kind of just held it together for the couple of days, and we're happy to be back at school now.
Really encouraging to see the labor movement ready to step up and support their colleagues.
Yep.
And I think that pressure from parent communities and from education groups and from labor groups really sent a clear message. Don't mess with our constitutional rights.
Unless you're conservative.
And one parent I spoke to did say, yeah, they are a little worried that there still could be another strike in the future. But again, like some of the parents we heard from in those clips there, they say if the education workers do end up striking again, they will be supporting them. But of course, as we were just saying, Arthi, pretty much everyone is hoping it doesn't get to that point, and it was just these 2 days where they were off the job. But again, they still need a deal. They still need a contract to be negotiated. So we'll wait and see how that plays out.
Okay. Probably watch that later. All right. QP calls on Ford to refrain from public comments during negotiations. The Canadian Union of Public Employees says it will limit its comments to the media while its bargaining committee remains in mediation with the Ontario government for negotiations or to negotiate a collective agreement. We will be limiting our comments to the media while the median to better direct our efforts to reaching a freely negotiated agreement, a CUPE spokesperson said in a statement on late Wednesday. We respectfully call on the Ford government to make the same commitment, refrain from making comments that detract from negotiations, and spend the time working to get a deal done for student success and good jobs. The union representing 55,000 workers, education workers, resumed negotiations on Tuesday after Premier Doug Ford promised to repeal legislation that imposed a contract on KP workers if they agreed to end their walkout. Ford revealed his government has tabled an approved offer earlier this week, but reports suggest it contained two-tiered wage increase. The union has refrained steadfast that it wants a flat rate increase for all workers. A government source said that the latest offer presented a 3.5 percent annual increase for its lower paid workers and a closer to 2% increase for higher paid workers. UP says they did not receive that specific offer, but would not recommend it if to their members if they did. I mean, that's not much fucking better. Like, if allegedly this was their fucking offer, like, that's not too much better compared to the they said it was half from the 11%, so it would be 5.5%. The union says it only focuses on negotiating a collective agreement that meets the needs of students, parents, and workers, which it has said make an average of $39,000 annually. Ford sounded unwilling to move away from the two-tiered structure of his government's offer when asked about the union, indicating they would not accept it. Quote, "We are going to focus on low-paid workers. That is our goal," he said. It'll be fair. Hopefully, the union will be fair as well. I mean, that's not really too fair, guy. Union opposition call on Ford to repeal Bill 28 right away. The education workers, including education assistants, libraries, and custodians, returned to work on Tuesday, a day after the union called off their job action in response to the province's offer for repeal legislation. The province controversially included the notwithstanding clause in its legislation, which bans strikes, saying it intended to use the clause to guard against constitutional challenges. The province had failed to had filed an unlawful strike application with the Ontario Labour Board during the workers' job action. On Wednesday night, CUPE said the unlawful strike application has been withdrawn by the government, meaning members won't face fines for the 2 days of the walkout. Which is good. They I imagine that they wouldn't fucking pay that anyways, so it's a good thing. The province says legislation to repeal Bill 29 will be on the table November 14th. The union and the NDP opposition have called on Ford to recall legislation to repeal the legislation right away, or has recalled the legislature to repeal the legislation right away. Well, we are keeping our word. We're going to do it, Ford said. Maybe they should put a little water in their wine like I did. Uh-huh. Sure you did. Totally believe that. CUPE responded shortly after the Premier's comments saying they need the bill repealed. Well, don't take advantage of our good nature. We need Bill 28 repealed. Why the delay? Read a tweet from the union. The job action forced most Ontario schools to pivot to virtual learning on Friday and Monday. School boards across the GTA confirmed in-person learning would resume on Tuesday. Okay, as mediated talks continue for the third day between the province and CUPE, the government has withdrawn its application to the Labour Board for to have the support staff strike deemed illegal. The Labour Board hearings, which began late Thursday and continued throughout the weekend, were overtaken by news Monday that the government has pledged in writing to rescind Bill 28, the controversial legislation that ordered the 55,000 workers back on the job, and it also imposed a 4-year contract on them. Talks resumed Tuesday morning with mediator William Kaplan at a downtown Toronto hotel under a media blackout. Well, many of you have inquired about the Ontario Labour Relations Board proceedings that occurred last weekend, end quote. CUPE's Ontario School Board Council of Unions told members via social media. We have received confirmation that the unlawful strike application filed by the Minister of Education has been withdrawn. No further action or steps will be taken in the matter. No discussion will be rendered either, or rendered. End quote. The province also said it will not fine members for the 2-day walkout, which under the legislation meant a daily $4,000 fine for individuals and $500,000 fines for the union. Both the union and Premier Doug Ford have said they will not be publicly discussing specifics for the ongoing talks. We will be limiting our comments to the media while the mediation to better direct our efforts to reaching a freely negotiated agreement, the union said. Speaking to reporters on Wednesday, Ford emphasized that he hoped a settlement can be reached without any further disruption for students and parents or CUPE members. I want to work cooperatively with CUPE and other partners to make sure we take care of the lowest paid people within CUPE, end quote, the Premier of Bradford, north of Toronto. Quote, you've got to give and take in negotiations. You cannot be hardcore. You cannot be running out there and spiking the football and doing cartwheels. We aren't doing that. We just want the kids in class, he told reporters. That's my number one focus, making sure we're there for the kids, we're there for the parents, and we're there for the workers as well. And also we're there for the employers. So we just want to get this thing done, but we've got to be fair, end quote. The Star revealed Tuesday that Ford's government has improved the wage offer to CUPE to more than 3.5%, annual increase for workers earning less than $43,000 and around 2% yearly hikes for those making more. Both the provincial and the union disputed those figures, but three sources from camps privy to the high level talks have confirmed the offer is in that range. In Ford's controversial legislation that used the Constitution's notwithstanding clause to override charter rights, the government gave the lowest paid CUPE members 2.5% annual raises, and those making more than $43,000 a 1.5% yearly hike. That bill, Bill 28, will be repealed Monday when the House resumes after the Remembrance Day break. So yeah, that's where we are right now with the CUPE stuff. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. So while we're on the conversation of strikes, Ontario Go, or not Ontario, BC Go transit workers are on strike as well. Let's get into that right away.
7 months ago today, we went to the negotiating table with Metrolinx. April 7th, we started these negotiations. Our number one concern was job protections, contracting out of our jobs. as of last night,
So
we still
the Go Transit workers are part of Metrolinx, or under Metrolink, and they are like public bus drivers and shit like that.
had reached no resolution on it. We didn't want to be here. We thought we were closer than what we were, and our members spoke. We had a vote last week on a proposal that Metrolinx had given us. 81% turned it down. Our workers aren't happy, and they don't want to be here, but we're here, and we're here in solidarity, hoping that they'll come back to the table and get us back to work. We have our International Vice President, Manny Sforza, who will gladly share some words.
Good morning, everyone. Manny Sforza, International Vice President with the Amalgamated Transit Union. The reason I'm here today is to give everybody a detailed, minute-by-minute description of what actually happened this past weekend. ATU did not want to go on strike. And let me be clear, this is a strike that should have never happened. And I'm going to explain why. We've been at the table for months and there's been a number of problems. A lot of times they want to give us verbal commitments, and we all know collective agreements aren't written on verbal agreements.
Verbal agreements are fucking funny to begin with. Like, who the fuck, verbal agreements just means that, you're not being held accountable for any mishaps that you do. Like, verbal agreements are just fucking ridiculous.
This past Saturday, late afternoon, both parties met. We agreed on 3 items that were going to form the framework to get a collective agreement before the deadline. Both parties agreed. We come back the next morning with revisions to 3 items. ATU was responsible for 1. Metrolinx was responsible for 2. I was extremely hopeful when I left Saturday that we were going to reach an agreement. We met Sunday morning, 13 hours before a strike deadline. We came back with our work done. Metrolinx sat at the table 13 hours before a deadline and proposed 4 more weeks of consultation with our members.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the Go Worker Transit workers going on strike. That is completely fucking ridiculous. Like, come on, Metrolinx. You should have been fucking prepared for that. Like, especially with the shit popping off with QP, like, you would think that, you would want to go to the fucking table with their union.
Outrageous. In all my years doing collective agreements, I have never seen anything like that. They told us we didn't have a good gauge of our membership.
What?
I think based on today's
That's
turnout,
idiotic.
we have a really good gauge on our membership.
He's not happy with Metrolinx. Let's go.
I suggested to Metrolinx that within 4 hours, they should be able to come back with an agreement on these 3 items. At the end of the day, we want to avoid a strike. Let me be perfectly clear. Metrolinx had no intention of coming to a deal. At
Of course not.
3:55, mediator came into the room and said Metrolinx had not prepared the document and they needed more time and they wanted to meet today. This is 8 hours before a strike deadline. Now, I'm sure you can all imagine, as a negotiator, I was quite upset.
Yeah.
But I did not want to go on strike. So I suggested to the mediator that within 2 hours, they come back with the deal. Because we still need some time to go back and forth and figure out the small details before the deadline. They came back 5 minutes later and said, we cannot reach that deadline. You
What?
have to come back tomorrow.
Fucking
Ladies
morons.
and gentlemen, that is why we are on strike today. And we are announcing...
Let's go!
ATU will be filing a complaint with the Ministry of Labor against Metrolinx for bad faith bargaining.
Let's go.
Because it was crystal clear to us they did not want to reach an agreement. So you have to ask yourselves, why would a corporation like Metrolinx put its workers on strike? Well, I think the answer's just down the street. The answer's just down the street. Now, if this government is going to hold unions responsible for going on strike, then I think corporations like Metrolinx should also be held responsible for putting workers out on strike. Now, these are pretty outlandish allegations. But I want to remind everybody, but at the table for the last 5 sessions was a neutral party, an appointed mediator. Now, the Labor Board could conduct an investigation, but I think it needs to go deeper than that. I think this provincial government needs to have an inquiry to what really happened at the bargaining table. And we will cooperate fully because we know what the truth is. We should not be here today. There should have been a deal done tomorrow. You may ask yourselves, why did they do this?
Because they didn't want to fucking reach an agreement. That's why they didn't. That's why they did it.
Well, I think when the Premier speaks in a little while, you'll all know to the answer why we were put out on strike. We'll be happy to answer questions.
Look, I just want to say one final thing, before we move on, and we'll take some questions from the media. What we're seeing today is indicative of what this province is doing. This government has a mandate. We're seeing it with the CUPE strike. We're seeing it with the workers' unrest and the labor disruptions in this province. And this government needs to react and give labor what it rightfully deserves. And that's fair collective bargaining and not threaten us and bully with the notwithstanding clause. Whether it's our CUPE folks or whether it's the ATU, we stand with all of our workers and with our communities. This is an attack on the citizens of Ontario, and we will stay on the strike lines until we get a fair collective agreement for our members, for our 2,200 members. We'll take some questions from the media.
Specifically, what are you looking for? You mentioned there's 3 sticking points at the bargaining table that you could have resolved. What are those 3 points?
So I'll defer that to the bargaining team.
So, thank you for the question. As everybody should know by now, contracting out language, more protection was one of the main items. Now, a lot of you are going to be surprised with my response. We worked on some language, we presented it to Metrolinx, and their response was wonderful. This is great. This is the greatest thing we've seen from you in 7 months. So why are we here today on strike? The other 2 items had to do with a commitment they kept giving us verbally. We want to give you more full-time employees and station attendants. So, well, we need that in writing. Their response was, well, it's a business plan. That's what we plan on doing. I said, well, we're here negotiating a contract. I think it would be wonderful if you put that in writing so we could go back to our members and tell them that you're committed to more full-time employees. The third item was the elimination of halftime. Gets a little complicated, but on certain crews, there's time in between where our members are paid half-time to sit with the vehicle. A lot of members are not happy because their days are made longer unnecessarily, and they're only paid half-time. So that was a big concern we heard from the members. So with these 3 items, we would have had a collective agreement, and I'm confident, I made it clear to Metrolinx, I'm confident that the membership will ratify this agreement. So that's the answer to your question. Why are we here today?
So when it comes to gap between a deal, it was a smaller gap, a big, it sounds like you were fairly close. It was a manageable.
I've been saying for weeks that I've never been involved in a collective agreement that was so close yet so far. There should have been a deal done this weekend. There's no doubt in my mind. We were ready to make a deal. Metrolinx was not. They were not bargaining in good faith.
Of course not.
Sure, I can answer that, or Rob, would you like to answer that about the work?
The safety concerns are around the contractors. Our people, when they do the job, they're the skilled professionals. We have an amazing track record with regards to safety. The contractors, not so much. And that's the safety concerns that we raised in our press release.
Can you be more specific about what the language you're asking for when it comes to contracting out is in those negotiations and what Metrolinx has not agreed to?
So actually, we had drafted up some language, as I mentioned earlier, that the employer was happy with. So that wasn't really a sticking point anymore. So if our membership said we want to go on strike for better contracting out language, and we proposed something that the employer was happy with, and the other two items were agreed upon the day before, I'm still perplexed as to why they forced our members out on strike today. Well, we know the reason, but I'm frustrated as a negotiator. As a comment was made earlier, there should have been a negotiated deal. Now we're prepared to go back to the table. They've had their time to prepare the document that they couldn't do yesterday. So if they prepare the document that we all agreed upon, what it could look like, I think there could be an agreement within hours. I'm optimistic of that. We're willing to go back to the table tomorrow and end a strike that should have never happened. Local. There's never been a strike at Go Transit in its 40-year history. This is the first strike. And
That's wild.
Be suspicious of the timing of that? Well, the members are angry. You can see yourselves. Is everybody angry? Yeah!
We need a fair deal.
Yeah.
Fair deal. Fair deal.
Any other questions from the media?
Fair deal.
Any other questions? Thank you for coming out. We appreciate your coverage.
Thanks for your time.
I mean, they fully have my support.
You want to keep it for your 11?
You want me to make a donation?
ATU! 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 I think we've got a pretty good gauge.
Nice.
Well, the union representing Go Transit workers will meet with Metrolinx today after targeting the transit agency yesterday at a fiery press conference.
Yeah, it did get pretty heated. So here's a live look at the picket line outside of Willowbrook Rail Yard this morning. Talks were initially set to resume tomorrow, but now Metrolinx has agreed to return to the table sooner. The two sides failed to work out a deal in the last minute during the weekend negotiations before 2,200 bus drivers, station attendants, and other staffers walked off the job on Monday. Yesterday, the Amalgamated Transit Union accused the transit agency of delay tactics and warning Metrolinx not to escalate the situation.
We just saw the fight with CUPE. We will have tens of thousands of labor affiliates on the ground if they bring scab workers into the ATU and try to take over our work. We are committed to this.
Let's go.
We can resolve this. Christine Mulroney needs to get to the plate, stand up, and figure out how she's going to direct Metrolinx to resolve this issue and get us the contract we deserve, put us back to work, and start moving this province again.
And of course, John Danino was referring to Ontario Transportation Minister Caroline Mulroney, who commented on the negotiations between Metrolinx and ATU.
Metrolinx has been negotiating with the ATU since April. Unfortunately, they voted in favor of going out on strike this week. We want to make sure that that Metrolinx is able to reach an agreement soon with the ATU so that we can get transit riders riding Go buses again. When they do get back together, it'll be the 21st bargaining session, and so we're going to continue to work we're going to support Metrolinx as they continue to work to get a good deal with the ATU.
Metrolinx spokesperson Emery Aikens released a statement that reads, during the negotiations on Sunday, ATU leadership brought forward a number of new proposals that had not been tabled in the past. Since that time, we've been working on a revised proposal to present negotiations when they resume, and again, that is expected to be today.
All right. Striking Go Transit workers, Metrolink resumes talks Tuesday, union says, or Thursday. Sorry. The union representing striking Go transit workers says negotiations with their employer will resume tomorrow. The ML Gamted Transit Union says Metrolinx first reached out with an offer for the two sides to meet on Friday to negotiate a contract for the 2,200 striking workers, including bus drivers, station attendants, and fare inspectors. But ATU Local 1587 President Bob Cormier says that the union pushed for an earlier date. Metrolinx agreed to on Thursday. The strike began Monday and has shut down regional bus services across the greater Golden Horseshoe, causing headaches for thousands of commuters. The union has accused Metrolinx of failing to table a written offer in last-minute weekend negotiations to address key issues, including commitments to preventing contracting out workers to outside companies and to end the practice of half-time pay for bus drivers on mid-shift overlays. Metrolinx, a provincial government agency, says it did not have enough time to prepare a response to new issues the union raised before the strike began. In a statement on Wednesday, the agency said that on Sunday, ATU brought forward a number of proposals that hadn't been tabled previously. Metrolinx adding it is working on a revised proposal to present Thursday. We are actively engaging at the bargaining table, and we will continue to work with our ATU colleagues to reach a deal, the statement said. So I guess we'll have to wait and see with that. The union representing striking Go Transit workers said negotiations with their employer would resume Thursday, a day earlier than anticipated, after it accused the transit agency of holding up talks. The strike began Monday, has canceled regional bus services across the great. Pretty much the same stuff here. This article. Yeah, I guess let's move on to Dougie Ford and the Emergencies Act inquiry.
You and others from your government have said that you've done everything in your power to help the Emergencies Act inquiry with its work. But its lawyers, they have said that there's still information that you and Sylvia Jones alone can provide by testifying. What are you afraid will come from testifying at that inquiry?
Well, I've said it. This is a federal inquiry based on the federal government calling for the Emergency Act. This is a federal issue.
Bro, they literally wouldn't have done it if you called upon it if you actually did something.
We've had our senior public service go there, the deputy. We've had the commissioner of the OPP there. This was under the police. I don't direct the police. This is something that falls under the police. The OPP sent police officers there, and they ended it. And so it's a federal government. It's not a provincial government.
Yeah, but it literally fucking happened in you know, your fucking province, you moron. Oh, there's a full version. So I guess we can watch. Oh, that's for.
The world's busiest trade corridor blocked by protesters. An economic crisis that sent police and politicians like Windsor Mayor Drew Dilkens scrambling.
One of the folks involved threatened to, I think it was to bomb my house or do something like that. And so, we woke up and all of a sudden there are 2 or 3 police cars around our house for several weeks.
There was no actual bomb, but the blockade amounted to an economic one, stopping $500 million of daily trade. The critical auto sector most directly affected, but not just the existing plants.
This is one of the largest investments in Windsor's history.
Dilkens revealed that during the blockade, talks were ongoing to finalize this deal for a $5 billion electric vehicle battery plant.
That this could have been derailed. If they had looked at this and taken a perspective that we don't want this hassle, it's just easier to do business in the United States.
The economic stakes different than in Ottawa, but so was the response. Ottawa's police force plagued by infighting and inaction that lasted weeks. Windsor police quickly asked for help and set up a unified command structure and asked the Ontario Provincial Police to take the lead on clearing the bridge.
We did not have that experience, and we were asking for help.
In lockstep, the city and the auto sector went to court and got an injunction, determined not to repeat Ottawa's mistakes, which at this point have been occupied for 2 weeks.
The largest lesson learned was not to let this grow. Don't let bouncy castles and hot tubs and sort of those types of amenities come to the streets.
A week in, police made their move. By the 13th of February, the bridge was open.
The Ambassador Bridge was cleared the day before the Emergencies Act was invoked, so its powers were never used in Windsor. Though Dilkens says it sent a message that may have stopped protesters from regrouping and trying to block it a second time.
All right, let's move on to some other news. We have the fucking dumbass fucking have our dumbass sent out the fucking shit, calling for like, oh, we're cutting out fucking Disney Plus from our households because yes, the fucking $11 or whatever the fuck it is for Disney Plus is so fucking expensive. A lot of people are breaking the fucking bank over, and the one fucking thing when it comes down to having like the one thing that people can enjoy still being like fucking movies and shit. Like, I don't know, if you want to watch like some like, I don't know, fucking Star Wars, or you want to watch Infinity War again or some shit like that, like you're not gonna be able to, like, you should cut that down because life is fucking horrible, and the government's fault for not fucking regulating the fucking companies in order to keep the costs of fucking food and gas down. So let's hop into this, I guess. Can't wait to make fun of her.
Rising interest rates and the cost of living are hitting Canadians hard, and Ottawa says it may not get better anytime soon. Last week, Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland released the government's outlook on the state of the economy. Economic growth is expected to slow down, and the government didn't rule out the possibility of a recession early next year. For more on what Ottawa is doing...
I mean, a recession is pretty much guaranteed at this point, so...
to help Canadians through tough economic times. I'm joined now by Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland. Thank you so much for joining us, Deputy Prime Minister.
Great to be with you, Mercedes.
You know, it is a
Can't wait
really
to make fun
challenging
of her.
time for so many Canadians. I was reading an article that said the average Ottawa family is paying $1,088 for groceries a month. That's a family of 4. That's a lot of money. Folks are worried that all the experts are saying it looks like the economic outlook could get worse before it gets better. What are the chances you think that we slide into recession?
Well, first of all, on the grocery point, that is a lot of money. And that is not a surprise to anyone who has gone grocery shopping recently. I think everyone in Canada is feeling the pinch, and the most vulnerable Canadians the most. So there is some good news, and that is that on Friday, our GST checks went out to Canadians. That is nearly $500 for a family. And, you know, you've just said it was $1,088 for a family of 4 in Ottawa. So it's not going to cover everything, but $500 for that family is going to cover half of their grocery bill in November, and that's going to help. And I'm glad that we're
I mean, the sad thing is that, like, for the amount of dog shit that the fucking, you know, the Liberals have been pushing for, like, this is a step in the right direction. And it's, like, solely thanks to the NDP. Like, the Liberals would not fucking... I honestly don't have faith in this Liberal government. I don't think that they would have fucking done so, to begin with, but... And, like, even if they did, it would be a lot less. It would probably be, like, $200 per family.
Able to do that. In terms of the economic outlook, in the fall economic statement, which we presented on Thursday, we put forward a baseline scenario that was based on the forecasts of the average of private sector economists. And in that scenario, we see a soft landing for Canada. But there, you know, since then, we did that at the end of September. Some people have been saying, you know, the economic weather is looking a little bit rougher in the global economy. And so we put forward also.
The funny thing is that, like, comparatively for Canada, we are doing, like, some of the best for, like, economically speaking, within, like, even the G7. We're doing the best in the G7. We're doing fairly well within, like, other like global north countries. Like, the only like, I was reading an article, and, like, really only country that I saw, like major country that I saw that we were like on par with was Brazil. We've been doing fairly well comparatively to, like, the US, the UK, Japan, most of Europe. Like, we've been doing fairly well, all things considered, but it's still been pretty dog shit. Like, I think it was like 5.7 or something like that.
So a more pessimistic scenario, really to kind of stress test the federal government finances. And the good news is that even in that more pessimistic scenario, Canada comes out okay, just fine. We're taking a fiscally responsible set of decisions to ensure that, come what may, we have the fiscal firepower to support Canadians.
There are a lot of folks who are feeling that pressure, that squeeze on their wallet. They're having to make decisions about what they can and can't buy. They're having to go without. And it's tough. And they're looking at the federal government, and they're paying a lot of taxes. They're seeing Pierre Poilievre stand up in the House and saying, well, why don't you just cut some taxes? Why don't...
Like, Pierre Poilievre, the only fucking thing he cries about is this nonsensical just inflation shit. And, like, he provides no fucking solutions for the problem. Like, Pierre Poilievre is a fucking moron. And, like, the reality of it is that if Pierre Poilievre was in charge, we would be in a far significantly worse place than what we are currently in with the dumbass Liberals.
Why don't you cut the carbon tax? Why don't you cut back on how much government income there is? Why is it that your government isn't open to the idea of cutting taxes or perhaps pausing things like the CPP premiums?
Well, we saw a couple of weeks ago what happens when a hard right government decides that the solution to a challenging
Yep.
global economy is just to slash and burn.
Yep.
And that's what we saw with Liz Truss in the UK. And the outcome wasn't pretty. We saw the pound plummeting. We saw
I mean,
British pension funds on the brink of.
I mean, not just Liz Truss, but or not just UK, but like Israel, which is very fucking far right, as well as the new Italy government, or the new Italian government as well. That's going to be a fucking disastrous nightmare for Italy. So it's not looking great for like literally any far right government, and like that even goes for like to a lesser degree America too. Like, I mean, Biden has done some fairly good good things, like, you know, withdrawing from Afghanistan and forgiving $10,000 of student debt per student. Like, you know, that's very good stuff, and that could help their economy a little bit, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But recession is inevitable. Let's be honest with ourselves. At this point, I don't know if there's any way around it. But we'll just have to wait and see how fucking disastrous the recession is.
Collapsing, and the Bank of England had to step in to save the British economy. Now, we are
That's
not
what
gonna
happens
do
when you
that
have a
in Canada.
libertarian in charge.
We believe in charting a fiscally responsible course. That is what we're doing. And I do want to say specifically on the CPP and also on EI, we are not going to let anyone attack and deplete these programs. Right now, I agree with you. The economic environment is uncertain, and that is precisely the time when we need our social safety net the most, when Canadians need the security of EI and the CPP, and we are going to defend that.
If pausing those programs' income or cutting taxes in the short term is not on the table, is your government open to reviewing programs, looking for wasteful spending? Federal government is huge. I can't recall the last time I saw a program review from your government looking for places where maybe there's programs that aren't relevant.
Well, we did announce some measures actually in the budget in April. We said in April that we were going to look to find $9 billion in savings in the federal budget. $3 billion of those were supposed to come from a review of COVID-related costs, and then an additional $6 billion, just looking exactly as you suggest, Mercedes, at, you know, are there things that we don't need to do anymore? And the $3 billion was supposed to happen now, and actually in the fall economic statement that I tabled on Thursday, I said, you know what? We've found more than $3 billion. We've found $3.8 billion. So we've done that portion. There's $6 billion more to go. Mona Fortier, our president of the Treasury Board, is working on that. Because, like, I agree with your basic premise, Mercedes. I think that things are really challenging for Canadian families, and I think Canadian families are looking really closely at all of their expenses. I personally, as a mother and wife, look carefully at my credit card bill once a month. And last Sunday, I said to the
here it
kids,
is,
"You're
the
older
classic.
now. You don't want to watch Disney anymore. Let's cut that Disney Plus subscription." So we
That's
cut.
so fucking insane. Like, the funny thing is that, like, Disney Plus for her is like the equivalence of like you finding like a fucking Cheeto covered quarter between your mat or between your fucking cushions in your couch. Like, that's nothing for her, because she makes a lot of money, and the fact that she's saying that, oh, you know, you should just fucking cut, you know, your Disney Plus and shit, you know, blah blah blah. Like, it's ridiculous. No, people want to have some fucking fun in uncertain times, or just in general. Like saying that no, you're not being financially responsible, and saying shit like, you know, you're not allowed to have fucking fun and shit. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, no one will be on board with that.
It's only $13.99 a month that we're saving, but every little bit helps. And I think every mother in Canada is doing that right now. And I want to say to all of those mothers, I believe that I need to take exactly the same approach with the federal government's finances, because that's the money of Canadians. So yeah, I think we need to spend. We need to spend to support Canadians. We need to spend to invest.
I mean, a vast majority of the fucking programs and social safety nets that are that we are facing right now, like, solely has to do with having a vast majority of premiers being conservative and undermining and underfunding a lot of those institutions, whether it be healthcare, education, EI, you know, shit like that. But it's just ridiculous that, you know, people tend to fucking point fingers towards the federal government when a vast majority of the shit that's going on within their province literally happens from their fucking dumbass conservative premiers.
Invest in growth, like investing in the green transition. But you're right, we need to do it carefully, and that's what we're going to do. And Mona is going to find that $6 billion in savings.
You mentioned the green transition. It was interesting because we were talking to Ian Bremmer from Eurasia Group recently on the show, and he said that he thinks Justin Trudeau is going to have to backtrack essentially on some of his environmental promises and to bump up oil and gas because of what's happening with Russia and what's happening with Ukraine. I know that's very dear to your heart. He pointed out that the Green Party in Germany is now supporting the importation of fracked energy. He said he never thought he'd see that.
Of course.
Are you looking at your policies towards Canadian oil and gas companies differently and perhaps taking more of a carrot than a stick approach in terms of trying to get emissions down and supporting those exports when we're facing a global energy shortage that's being induced by Russia? Okay.
I mean, the global fucking emission shortage caused by Russia is like, it's a straw man. The thing is that we produce enough oil, like we could easily fucking take care of the energy crisis that we face 100%. But the problem with the oil and gas industry is that, first of all, we export a lot of our oil to America, and then they sell it back to us. With our oil and shit, like, so we have more than enough. It's just that big oil is making a fuck ton of money off of the war ongoing in Ukraine, so it makes complete sense that they would try to profitize off of it as much as possible. It also doesn't really help that in the case of Germany, like Germany's Green Party and taking fucking fracked energy from outside sources is, I think, if I remember correctly, allegedly America blew up one of Russia's pipelines that was supplying Europe with gas and oil, allegedly. So yeah, that's just what I've heard. So, like, it could be wrong, but you never know. So there is that aspect to it as well.
Okay, lots of questions in there. Let me start by saying I do agree that there is an energy crisis in the world created by Vladimir Putin, who is weaponizing oil.
How the fuck did she pronounce that? Like, what?
World created by Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin? That is fucking awesome. I've never heard someone pronounce Vladimir Putin's name like that. That is so funny.
Who is weaponizing oil and gas. He wants to cause tremendous pain to Europe in particular.
I mean, the people that are weaponizing the oil and gas is the oil and gas industry. The only reason why gas prices are up so high is because, you know, the like 6% of oil that they have coming from Russia is apparently costing them. So and they refuse to take ooh, excuse me, and they refuse to take a haircut to their profits a little bit. So they raise their prices. That's just how fucking businesses work. You know, if you want to lower the fucking gas prices, you should regulate them more. But you won't, because they're chances are that they're fucking funding you, or lobbying you, I should say.
And get the West to back down, and it's not going to work. I try to watch every night before I go to sleep Volodymyr Zelensky's evening address to Ukrainians, just to kind of see what's going on.
I love her trying to pronounce Eastern European names. It is the funniest shit, man.
And he was great earlier this week, where he said Russia is resorting to energy terrorism in Ukraine and in Europe. And he said, I have a message for you, Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin?
So that's important to be clear about.
I love that. That's so funny.
Given this situation, our allies, our partners are calling on everyone who can produce energy to step up. And actually, in the latest G7 finance minister's statement, one of the items there, one of the points that we all agreed to, was calling on countries that produce oil and gas to step up production to support Europe. And Jonathan Wilkinson, our Minister of Natural Resources, has answered that call. And he has said that Canada this year is going to produce 300,000 more barrels of oil than we had previously been projecting. So I do agree with that. And look, I also agree that we need to have a collaborative approach with the oil and gas sector. And the thing that I am most excited about right now is CCUS. I am very, we are working.
I mean, a collaborative approach with the oil and gas sector, it means nothing. Like, they're still going to like fucking fuck over the Canadian government. Like, let's be real. Because there are very few fucking regulations on the oil and gas sector in general, but they want to make as much fucking money as possible. So honestly, what we should be doing at this point is just fucking nationalizing the oil and gas sector to begin with, and then, you know, invest that money more into the people, whether it be like through green energy initiatives or better public transit initiatives, increasing fucking healthcare services, increasing fucking education services by allowing people to actually go to fucking post-secondary, as well as like completely forgiving student debt. Or, you know, you could just simply fucking introduce the fucking thing for like a UBI system. Like, it's not fucking hard. That's what we should be doing, but we're not gonna fucking do that because our fucking government is stupid and doesn't really care. Like, the thing with the liberals is at least they pretend to care, right? Like, the conservatives, they just flat out don't give a shit. The liberals at least fucking pretend to care.
very closely with the Pathways Alliance. I'd love to see the province of Alberta step up and contribute to that as well. I think CCUS holds tremendous opportunities for Canada. These are really, really big investments we're talking about. That is a lot of jobs, a lot of growth. The geological formations of Alberta are kind of uniquely positive for CCUS. I would like to see Canadian leadership there, and that's a way that we have economic growth and climate action at the same time.
Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to talk to you, Mercedes.
Fucking hell, man. That was dog shit.
It's estimated
Biden,
more than
let's
300
go.
election deniers on the ballot all across America.
Yeah, I guess that we should have done coverage of the American midterms. From like I just wasn't really too interested in it. The main thing is that like there was like a giant red mirage where Republicans backed by Donald Trump looked like they were gonna win but ended up losing, and things honestly, like all things considered, this midterm actually looked fairly good for the Democrats. The only like Senate races that were actually kind of close, from what I understand, was the Herschel Walker Raphael Warnock race, but if I recall correctly, I think that's going to be going into a runoff election, so yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Year. We can't ignore the impact this is having on our country. It's damaging, it's corrosive, and it's destructive. And I want to be very clear. This is not about me. It's about all of us. It's about what makes America, America.
That's U.S. President Joe Biden with a warning about the future of democracy in the United States ahead of Tuesday's crucial midterm elections. American voters are heading to the polls for the first time since the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. And it's
Dumbest day in
clear
American
former
history.
United States President Donald Trump remains an influential player in this election. With polls showing an extremely tight race for control of the Senate, there's a lot at stake for the Biden administration. Joining me now to talk about the midterm elections and what they will mean for the United States as well as Canada is David Frum. He's a well-known political commentator, author, and staff writer at The Atlantic. Nice to see you, David. The well-known midterm elections and what they will mean for the United States as well as Canada is David Frum. He's a well-known political commentator, author, and staff writer at The Atlantic. Nice to see you, David.
Thank you.
You know, we just heard Joe Biden there talking about his concerns about democracy. He says democracy is on the ballot. What does that mean?
This may seem strange to Canadians, but there's no American equivalent to Elections Canada. There's no independent government agency that runs elections in a way that is fair to all the people who want to participate in the elections. Instead, elections are run by officials at the state level who are elected in partisan contests. And one of the major goals of pro-Trump Republicans has been to elect to these jobs, which have the obscure title of Secretary of State of the particular state, Secretary of State of Kentucky, of Tennessee, and then there's even more local figures at the county and city level to elect pro-Trump weirdos to these jobs, people who believe in all kinds of QAnon conspiracy theories. And they have been very successful at winning nomination fights inside the Republican Party. And if the Republicans have a good year in 2022, which it looks like they will elect many, many of these people to run elections in a way that is that is aggressively unfair and that will set aside the will of the voters. One more thing. A lot of these same people believe that in a presidential election, the state legislature has the power, or should have the power, to throw out how the ordinary people vote and to substitute its own preference. So if the majority of the people in Pennsylvania vote for Biden, but if the Pennsylvania state legislature has a Republican majority, these advocates feel that that legislature should be free and empowered to throw out the vote and to insert itself instead. Those are the things that Joe Biden is talking about.
So you feel there's a very real risk and threat here of democracy being subverted and of these pro-Trump individuals subverting the election results, interfering actively in the election to create the outcome they want rather than the will of the people?
Look, if you know somebody who got blind drunk last New Year's Eve, got into a car and drove into a tree, and they tell you, I'm planning on going to another New Year's party this New Year's, would you say there's a good risk they might hit a tree again? Yeah, these are not hypothetical. This is exactly what happened.
Just so you know his biases.
2021. A lot of people who are loyal to President Trump did try back then to overturn elections in exactly the way I just described. They didn't quite have the power to do it, but the results of 2022 mean they may have the power to do it in 2024.
Why do you think it is that Donald Trump still has this appeal? A lot of folks thought that perhaps after the January 6th hearings, people would hear what happened there, they'd be horrified, and they would back away.
Because you can get 30% of Americans to believe in anything, regardless of how ridiculous it sounds. Or how ridiculous it is. It's the sad truth, because let's face the facts. Americans are dumb. I mean, I also believe that a vast majority of Canadians are dumb as well. But I don't. I think we're just marginally smarter, on average, than Americans. But I still think that we are still really stupid. But yeah, no. That's why.
Because they believed it wasn't really an insurrection, or there wasn't really that much violence, and then when the information came out in those hearings, that they would change their mind. But it doesn't seem to have dented his popularity.
Well, let's put the popularity in context. Since the year 2000, there have been 6 presidential elections. There have been 12 major party candidates in those 6 elections. If you stack them from 1 through 12, according to the share of the vote they got, Donald Trump ranks 10th and 11th. He wasn't a very popular candidate for president, and as president, there was not a single day of his presidency when he had an approval rating over 50%. What he does have is a tight hold of a majority of a minority. That is, a majority within the Republican Party, which is a minority in the country. And because he plays this game much more ruthlessly.
I mean, to be fair, though, the Republican Party in America is a majority, a minority in the country anyways. A vast majority of the people in America tend to be, tend to vote more Democratic. The only thing on why they actually get any representation at all is due to redlining, gerrymandering, and the Electoral College. That's the only reason, or that's the only way that Americans, that Republicans can actually fucking win any form of seat or position of power. Like, there are some instances where that isn't the case, but generally speaking, Republicans tend to be the minority group in America.
Than people have played it before. He's able to lever his
especially nowadays
minority to an attack on the whole system. And when he declares for president after this election, which it looks like he's preparing to do, that's going to become one of the single most important issues in American politics. Is you have the guy who tried to overturn the last election by violence running for the presidency in the next election.
You used to be a Republican. I remember those days. What is going on in the Republican Party now that they're willing to accept this instead of distancing themselves?
The funny thing is that from what I understand, Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump have almost the same amount of influence within the Republican voter base. It's just silly. Like, they're both dog shit. Like, when you fucking listen to like a fucking election denier like Donald Trump and a fucking abhorrent fucking demon like Ron DeSantis, like, your fucking party is just dog shit. It's like I hold the same fucking feelings for the Republican Party as I do with the fucking Progressive Conservative Party here in Canada. Like, the Progressive Conservative Party is complete and utter dog shit. Like, especially since fucking Milhouse took over. Like, it's fucking awful. Like, I mean, you don't have fucking wild individuals like Derek Sloan in the fucking Conservatives anymore. He's now fucking PPC. But, you know, generally speaking, the more fucking popular outlook for conservatives tend to be, oh look, we're fucking in support with the fucking PPC morons, which is going to drive a lot more moderate conservative voters away that voted for Aaron O'Toole, or even in some instances fucking Andrew Scheer. Like, it's silly.
Yourself from Donald Trump.
I'm still a registered Republican, and look, there on a lot of the
Sus.
issues, I probably see the world more a Republican way than a Democratic way. The issues that dominate this election, which are how do you control inflation? Should you spend less? I would say yes. What do you do about the rise in crime in American cities? Do you need more police and more sentences of people who break the law? I would say yes. I would give Republican answers to those questions. But the first loyalty, as Liz Cheney said,
that's ridiculous. The Republican way of those who break the fucking law is fucking dog shit. Like, you even have like the more conservative Democrats like Joe Biden, you know, doing the exact same fucking shit. Like, in that regard, they're no fucking different. Like, it's just fucking wild to me. Like, the Republicans, like, let's be honest. In America, you have two options, and generally speaking, you're going to vote for the lesser of two evils. Either you vote for the neo-fascist party in the form of the Republicans, or you vote for still a very incredibly right-wing party in the form of the Democrats, which, you know, maybe will pass some legislation that will help out the fucking American people. But generally not, because the Democrats fucking suck. With the exceptions, with some exceptions that have been happening with Biden, that has been popping off. That I will stand by. But generally speaking, like, the Democrats tend to like ratchet most of the time, unless they actually have the fucking House and Senate. And even if they do have the House and Senate, in most instances they won't actually fucking do anything with it. Because then you'll have that rotating villain within the Democratic Party being like, oh, we can't codify Roe v. Wade. If I imagine that, I don't know if the Democrats or the Democratic nominees have been running on, you know, being like, hey, if you elect me, I will help codify Roe v. Wade. I imagine that the Democrats would win. Like, because the main things the main issues for people in America were abortion rights and the economy. Like, no one gives a shit about the fucking democracy, let's be honest. Like, they do have faith in their democratic systems, despite the fact that there was that attack on the Capitol on January 6th. But, you know, those are the two main issues right now. It is the cost of living, the economy, and and Roe v. Wade.
Is to the system itself. You have to accept, in a democracy, you're not going to get your way all the time. And that's a good thing. It's good for us not to get our way all the time. It's good for us to have to sell our ideas.
Corporations get their way all the goddamn time. And they seem to be pretty fucking happy about that. So maybe you should take that stance when it comes to corporations, my guy.
If we don't do a good enough job selling our ideas, it's good for us to lose. It's good for the ideas. It makes the ideas better.
But, like, the Republicans present fucking horrific and tremendously awful ideas, but they still somehow manage to get them passed. Like the repeal of Roe v. Wade, for example. That was tremendously fucking bad. It was drastically unpopular, even in red states. So that doesn't matter. Like, people are, you know, they're gonna fucking, you're only gonna give the minority the ability to essentially do whatever the fuck they want. Like America is it, it's I don't want to get banned, so I'm not gonna say it.
Better. It is not a scandal or a shame in a democracy to lose. Everybody loses sooner or later. That's the way the system is supposed to work.
What?
So what is going on at the Republican Party is that a lot of Republican office holders feel the same things I do, think them, say them.
Okay, bro. Like we understand that you're Republican and you have very fucking conservative biases, but if they hold the same values as you, I don't think that anyone should be taking you seriously, because if they hold the same fucking biases as you do and are actually running for positions of power and get into positions of power, it's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry, but I don't think that a bunch of election deniers, because they got a little bit butthurt that they lost to a fucking corpse, should have any fucking position of power.
Them in private, but are too weak and cowardly to do anything about them.
Do you think part of this is the Biden administration's governance? Do you think they failed to govern as convincingly as they could, and that's emboldened people who might have otherwise voted for them, who just say, I feel like he's not doing that great of a job?
There are problems. There were authentic mistakes. Some of them Biden, some of them lower level officials. One of the things that Americans have very much on their minds is the crime and disorder. That's nothing that the federal government can do very much about. Those are state and local.
The crime and disorder, like the crime actually can be solved by Biden, by addressing the socioeconomic conditions in the form of poverty that often tends to motivate people to go and do crime. So there is ways that Biden can actually institute legislation in order to fight that. But the disorder tends to come from a bunch of fucking wild either legislation passed, like the overturning of Roe v. Wade, or other fucking wild shit that the Republicans do. So it doesn't fucking matter.
Officials who are not enforcing laws, not keeping dangerous people off the streets. Not a lot the president can do. There's some things that were bad.
The people that were released in America, or in the American system, from what I understand, was a bunch of low level offenses, like say theft. That's not releasing a fucking murderer on the streets. No one's saying that a fucking murderer should go loose. Are you fucking stupid? It tended to be more lesser crimes, like fucking theft, and shit like that. No one's advocating for fucking murderers to go loose. Just way too high on fucking copium. God, I hate fucking dumbass conservatives so much.
Decisions that the president himself made early on. He changed a lot of Trump border policies that have resulted in an influx of millions.
No, Biden actually upkeep the fucking Trump border policies the same way that Trump upkept and expanded upon on the fucking Obama border policies. Because Obama was willing to fucking put kids in cages too. Donald Trump was just a lot more fucking vicious about it, and separate fucking children from their parents. Biden has 100% been maintaining that, and in some aspects been expanding upon it. The only reason why you're fucking crying about it now instead of when fucking Trump was in charge was because, Biden's not your guy. That's the only reason why. If it was fucking Trump doing it, you would turn a blind eye to it.
Millions of people unauthorized walking across the border as if they had every right to do it, which they don't. And of course, his spending decisions have aggravated the inflation that is a problem everywhere in the developed world. And in some countries, more even than in the United States. But had he spent less, the inflation in the United States might be
Doubtful.
less bad. So those are real mistakes. But it's also true that the party of the president almost always loses seats 2 years in. That's part of the way the system balances itself. It shouldn't be scary when that happens. That is, again, normal. But the problem is the party that is poised to make these gains is one that is not committed to the democratic system anymore as much as it ought to be.
What do you think the chances are of the Republicans taking the House and the Senate?
Very
The
slim.
chances of them taking the House are near certain.
They have a higher chance. From what I saw, they had a higher chance of taking the House, and and Democrats keeping control of the Senate. That's just what I've saw. Outside of that, I don't really know what's been popping off. I also have watched the Herschel Walker Raphael Warnock debate. That was fucking awesome. I did not expect Herschel Walker to fucking pull a fake police badge. Oh, that was so funny. As well as, Herschel Walker also paid for a Brazilian fucking abortions as well. So there's that.
Close to certain as you can be a few days out. It would be a miracle if they don't. For the miracle for the Democrats if they don't. The Senate is a little bit much more up for grabs because in the Senate, individual personalities matter, and President Trump stuck the Republicans with a lot of terrible, loser, lame candidates.
Yep.
In Georgia, for example, you've been following that race. That should be an easy Republican pickup. Instead, Donald Trump forced on the
Yeah, Herschel Walker is not a fucking smart man. He's he clearly has fucking brain damage, and worse than fucking Biden. And the crazy thing is that with the amount of shit that and easy questions that he was given during the debate, people were still willingly voting for this man. I'm like, bro, Senator Reverend Radical Liberal Raphael Warnock is significantly better because he actually did shit within his community. Herschel Walker isn't even from Georgia, so I don't know what to tell you. And the fact that this is the Georgia election is going into a runoff is just insane to me.
Party, a former football star, but turned out to have paid for not one but two abortions while being a pro-lifer who insists that no one else should ever.
Bro, at least he can admit it.
Have an abortion, but he forced them on two women with whom he was in relationships. So they may lose the Georgia seat because of that. They
Doubtful.
may lose a winnable seat in Pennsylvania. They may lose a winnable seat in Arizona. So it's not impossible that the Democrats hold on in the Senate, but it's more probable that the Republicans take both.
What's at stake
Doubtful.
for Canada if the Republicans do take both?
Two things I think Canadians need to worry about very immediately. The first is that the Republicans are arriving with a view to try to force the Biden administration to spend less, which is a fair thing to want to do, and that they're going to use a fight over the debt ceiling to try to insist on this. The world saw this happen in 2011 in another one of these standoffs, and it very nearly ended in a default of the obligations of the U.S. government, which would be a heart attack to the entire global financial system. The U.S. government is the largest purchaser of goods and services on planet Earth. Now, a lot of people are selling goods and services to other.
I mean, that's not entirely true. You do have a drastically developing nation in the form of China that is also a very big spender when it comes to goods and services as well. So that's not entirely true. China could very easily overcome America with purchasing, foreign goods comparatively to America. The only reason why it's such a threat for Canada is because all of our fucking trade relations, pretty much, is because of America. There are some exceptions with with like the lumber industry. We do send a fuck ton of lumber to places like, say, Japan, for example. But those are more fringe instances rather than the basics. Because America buys a fuck ton of Canadian goods.
People with the U.S. government as the end consumer. You may not know that when you make your sale and get your payment, but if the U.S. government stops paying at the end of the line, that's going to reverberate all the way down the line. And a lot of people had no idea that they depended on the U.S. government are going to discover that they did, and that if the U.S. government defaults, as could happen in January or February, this is a global financial heart attack. So that's one thing Canadians need to worry about. The second is that the Republicans will bring with them an important minority, especially in the House, that is opposed to supporting Ukraine in its fight for independence against Russia.
I mean, but that's just a little bit ridiculous, though. Like, the illegal invasion of Ukraine that Russia is partaking in, as well as the demonstrous amount of support for Ukraine, is like, it's just silly going against, the fucking people's wishes. Like, I mean, I'm just as tired of hearing about the fucking Russia Ukraine shit as well, but like, if if Ukraine is your ally, you're supposed to be supporting them, not fucking like saying fuck you, get over it. Like, it's silly.
Now, the leadership is for Ukraine. The majority of Republicans, both House and Senate, are for Ukraine, but an important minority in the House are against, and that could have serious consequences.
I mean, that minority is a
we'll
joke.
Certainly be keeping a close eye both on the midterms and the outcomes for us here up north. Always wonderful to see you. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Fucking hate this guy.
Up next, what we're watching, the UN Climate Summit, COP27.
Oh, that's right.
In Egypt, and
we might do COP coverage tomorrow then, because I am thinking about like doing a Remembrance Day stream if I wake up on time. So yeah, and then we'll also do some coverage for COP if we do go live for that.
More revealing testimony at the Emergencies Act inquiry. We'll have all that right after this break.
All right. Let's see what COP has to do.
Stephen Guilbeault will be leading the Canadian delegation to COP27 in Egypt. While Canada hasn't outlined specific goals for the summit, the minister says he will continue to push for emissions reductions. Meanwhile, activist Greta Thunberg says she will not be in attendance, calling the summit a scam. We'll be watching to see if COP27 results in any...
I mean, let's be real. Like, the COP shit is pretty much a fucking scam. It's a joke as well. Because, like, no one actually fucking does any... Like, no country that actually fucking goes to these things actually uphold their fucking promises. Or hold other fucking countries accountable for not keeping up with their fucking promises. So there's that.
Real climate action. And it was a big week at the Emergencies Act inquiry. High-profile convoy organizers revealed disorganization behind the protest lines. We also learned that the convoy received leaks from law enforcement.
Obviously, someone would have been in a room or got a memo or an email saying, this is what we're doing Friday night. And then they would call someone and say, hey, phone so-and-so and let them know.
Like, I've probably talked about this before, but, like, honestly, anyone who's fucking leaking that shit towards these fucking clowns should 100% be fired, if they're not already. Because that is... that's a fairly big national security issue, whether we'd like to admit it or not.
This is what's going. It was always multi-layered, so you never know exactly who the source was.
Police officials are scheduled to testify this coming week. Their testimony will help establish whether there was a national security threat. That's our show for today. Thanks for watching.
All right. There is one other thing that I want to cover before we get into some fun stuff. So in the Saskatchewan legislature, there was this lady who was wearing a abortion is healthcare shirt, which it is, and she was told to change out of it. From what I understand, she just flipped the shirt inside out and came back out. But it's ridiculous, is what I'm trying to say. Morgan Johnston says she was told by legislative security on Wednesday to change her shirt when she entered the building because it had the word abortion written on it. Speaking with reporters after rallying the abortion healthcare earlier in the afternoon outside of the building, Johnston said she was escorted into the washroom to wear it inside out. Her shirt read "Abortion is healthcare." It was a black shirt with white letters. There were no images. He said you can't wear that. You can't wear that word. Johnston said Johnston, who assumed he was referring to the word abortion. He couldn't even muster up the courage to say the word abortion. I was just really, really shocked. I mean, yeah, come on, bro. Just say fucking abortion. Just say the fucking word. Have a little bit of balls. Like, oh no, it's a fucking word you don't agree with. It's not like it's the N word that you're saying, or that on, like, it's fucking abortion. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, there's no reason why you can't say that word. Like, it's just silly. Legislative security officials confirmed the incident by saying security was following protocol that's outlined on the Legislative Assembly website related to placards that are allowed in the Assembly. Officials suggest further questions should be sent to the Ministry of Justice. Like, it's just fucking silly to me. Like, having like an abortion advocates with a shirt that literally is true, and you having, and then like on the other side you have like fucking hogs wearing like QAnon shirts and shit, and not asking them to change is kind of fucking ridiculous. Like, if you're going to ban like forms of like free speech, like, then you should be applying that across the board. It's just fucking silly, man. Many abortion advocates were going through the security Wednesday afternoon to watch the question period from the gallery. Johnston was questioned why the word would be so controversial because she said it's a healthcare service that's allowed to be provided. So the thing with abortion care in Alberta is it's really fucking dog shit. You only have 2 places in Alberta that you can actually get an abortion, being Regina and Saskatoon, and the qualifiers for getting an abortion in Regina and Saskatchewan is completely fucking different, which is ridiculous. And like, they are fairly far from a vast majority of communities. I think across the board, there should be more fucking abortion clinics for the people of Saskatchewan. There should be absolutely no reason that people should have to drive to either Regina or Saskatchewan. So it's just ridiculous that you have to drive to Saskatoon or Regina. But fucking Scott Moe doesn't give a shit about fucking 16-year-olds that are fucking getting pregnant, or the fucking cousin fuckers that are getting raped and forcing them to carry fucking incest babies. So there's that. I said I promise I'm not trying to cause trouble, she recalled. I just really didn't know that I was not allowed to have the word abortion on my clothing. The circumstance appeared to have overshadowed the debates in the assembly over access or lack thereof to surgical abortion in Saskatchewan. Like I had said, there's only 2 abortion clinics in Saskatchewan, being Saskatoon and Regina, and they're very limited and have in what they are able to provide for their abortion services, as well as the requirements are completely different for both clinics. Following the debate and the rally outside, Health Minister Paul Murin told reporters the government is looking into possibly expanding surgical abortion services. I honestly doubt that, but if they do, that would be incredibly good for the citizens of Saskatchewan. I don't think that they will. Murray said he heard earlier this spring that there were discrepancies in what is available for people in Regina and Saskatoon. He said he has been consulting with clinicians to see what can change, including the possibility of expanding surgical abortion to Prince Alberta, which currently has no surgical services. I'm just disappointed with the Saskatchewan provincial government that this is the only fucking access to abortion that they have. I think that every single fucking hospital should have access to abortion. Like, if you go to a hospital, you should be able to get an abortion. I am not taking anything off the table. Marion said, we'll sit down and have those discussions. I'll always have discussions on what's happening within the healthcare region and looking at opportunities to make sure we're serving our patients. Marion's comments come after advocates asked the government to make it easier for people to access services. After the rally, Caitlin Cottrell, the executive director of Saskatoon Sexual Health, said in an interview it can be immensely stressful for people and families looking for abortion services, especially those who live in rural communities, which is true. Rural communities tend to be fucked on a vast majority of healthcare services, whether it's having adequate abortion services within their area, or even adequate services in their fucking shitty ass hospital that they have in a sort of major town, or like in between two sort of major towns. Like, it's just ridiculous. Generally speaking, rural communities tend to have like one larger hospital out in bumfuck nowhere, and then like the major hospitals being within like major cities. In this instance, like Saskatoon and Regina. She explained people seeking an abortion have no options in smaller centers and must go to Regina or Saskatoon for surgical abortions. It's already a fairly extensive process to access abortion, and so this is having a pretty significant effect, Hartrell said. People are already in a successful or in a stressful situation, but when you add something like that on top of it, it becomes enormously stressful. That's also not taking into account the fucking hogs that go out into in outside of abortion clinics and essentially do what they fucking always do at abortion clinics, being like, you know, people are, it's the same fucking shit as what the dumbasses do outside of the fuck is it, what the fuck is the American place called? I don't remember off the top of my head. But you have a bunch of dumbass hogs fucking criticizing people going in for abortions, or in some instances even like getting like you know, their fucking uterus looked at or some shit. Like, it's like holding up signs and making fucking people like get abortions feel guilty. It's fucking ridiculous. And like, abortion care is healthcare any way you slice it, because the only difference between a fetus and a parasite is consent. So there's that. You know, if you don't fucking consent to having a fucking fetus in your fucking body, if something is like sucking away like your fucking energy as well as your fucking like nutrients for your body, it's a fucking parasite. Let's be honest. People can get surgical abortions without a referral up to 18 weeks of pregnancy in Regina. In Saskatoon, they need a doctor referral, and service is provided up to 12 months of pregnancy. I mean, this doesn't really matter. A vast majority of people tend to get abortions within the first trimester. So, like, after the first trimester, the only time when you actually do is when you either miscarry, or there's a fucking health risk for the mom or the child. But generally speaking, those are very, very rare cases. Most of the time, it happens within the first trimester. Merriman suggested Saskatoon might follow the Regina model, but he said he didn't want to predetermine anything. He said Constellations will first look at Prince Albert as a place to possibly expand services. He may look at other centers after that, but they don't make any firm commitments. It's not surprising. Merriman said Prince Albert is being considered because it's considered a larger catchment area for people in northern Saskatchewan. Status of women's critic Jennifer Bowes said even though she's glad to see some progress around consultations, she argued the province isn't moving fast enough to make surgical access widespread in Saskatchewan. Quote, we're seeing all kinds of barriers and we haven't seen anything really meaningful from them, Bowes said. It is only after significant pressure that they agreed to potentially expanding access. It's only when they are dragged kicking and screaming that they will do the absolute bare minimum. That is true for conservatives, regardless of whether it's abortion access or like literally anything in general. Johnston, who is part of the project to erect abortion is healthcare, signs along highway. She's said it's important to say the word. I know the language for a lot of people is pro-choice, but how can we advocate for abortion if we can't even say the word? She says. Yeah, she does, or Johnston does have a website for her initiative. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head. I think it's like, what was it? What was it called again? Let's see here. That's not the one. Put it. Where was it? Is it this one? I don't remember what the website was called. Oh, yeah, her. If you decide to go and support, her site is abortionhealthcare.ca. So feel free to go and support her, or if you are able to, which is very important for reproductive rights in this Canada or in this country, as well as increasing access to reproductive services within Saskatchewan as well as it helps her and the other advocates actually keep pressuring the the Mo government in order to do so. Okay, with that being said, I think that's all the news coverage I wanted to do today. We'll move on to some fun stuff now. So yeah, we'll be doing guess we'll be doing this marketplace stuff.
This is Marketplace. Is this label lying to you?
I didn't know that.
That's the question. We've got the answers.
Shut the front door.
Juicy secrets from behind the counter.
You would take the brown meat and turn it red?
Yeah.
The food may look good, but the facts will gross you out.
The fecal indicator.
A fecal indicator.
That's terrifying.
They're being told from the top down to fudge the best before date.
And take a ride in the Marketplace time machine.
The fondue mix she'd bought was over 3 years old.
This is your Marketplace.
All right.
Are you ready to play the food dating game?
Uh-oh.
Play along. We're about to share 5 secrets you need to know about best before dates. Those little labels you see on food packages. First question, what's a best before date?
It's the date you're supposed to...
The best before date is when it's you know, when it's like supposed to be like the best like the best quality that it's supposed to be at, and then like after that they, you know, they'll either like lately they've been like, some stores have been discounting stuff that has went past the best before date. Generally speaking, the best before date tends to be for more for the grocery chain rather than the consumers, because generally speaking, like, let's be honest with ourselves, how often have you had milk that has gone past the like a day or so before the best before date, or like after the best before date, I should say, as well as it's still good. Or even like, you know, let's say you have like a bunch of canned fruits or vegetables or soups or something like that. Like, you're still probably gonna pop open like the fucking can of beans that you have. Like, it's still good stuff. The best before date usually is just a suggestion. In most instances, generally speaking, if it's like, if, you know, it's like, say something like milk, it's usually good for like another week or so after that. Canned goods, like, those last for fucking forever. Dry goods tend to last, like dried pasta and stuff like that also tends to fucking last forever as well. But yeah, no, the best before date is more of like a marketing ploy, more than anything, to be perfectly candid.
Throw out their food. I think it usually refers to the last date they're able to legally sell it on the shelves.
Best before date would be probably something about you shouldn't eat afterwards.
On the streets of Toronto, Ash is hearing a lot of guessing. So I'm going to get the food facts on those dates. From microbiologist Keith Warner. I actually
What
found
a
this pack of
Chad.
crackers in the back of my cupboard, and it has
Wait, crackers? Yeah, the crackers are gonna be fine. Like, dried goods like pasta or like dried pasta, crackers, stuff like that are going to be completely edible past the best before date. It's like canned goods as well.
best before date of April of 2014. So well over a year ago.
What?
Would these still be
What was
safe
this?
to eat?
So let's have a look at.
Oh, this is 6 years ago. Okay.
Break a 2 for 2 on.
6 years ago, I thought this was uploaded 6 years ago. I thought that this was like this year. I'm like, bro, when was the last time you cleaned out your cupboard?
Those, but they're perfectly safe.
So I get to do the taste test. All right, here we go. Oh, this smells.
And tastes.
Tastes terrible.
It's still
That is
perfectly fine
definitely
to eat,
past its
though.
best before date. It might be perfectly safe. It is not tasty.
Exactly, and that's why people put these best before dates on.
He says for most foods, best before dates will tell you if it's still fresh.
The best before is just a general measure to say, well, after this date, we can't guarantee the quality of the product.
What types of food should we stay away from once they're past their best before date?
Big ones are deli.
Yeah, meats, like dairy products, and like some grains as well, like bread and shit. There are some exceptions, like for dairy, for example. There are some instances where that's not the case. Some cheeses actually encourage the biome of having like mold on it. Like, bro, there are fucking there's cheese in, or there's a type of cheese that literally has like maggots in it, and you're supposed to eat it that way, which is completely, like, to me it's kind of gross. But you know, there are some exceptions like that one, for example. I think brie is another example of that. But I would say like deli meats, milk, and like yogurt, and like probably bread as well.
Meats and soft cheeses and meat, raw meat, because what they can do is have a potential to grow pathogens which we can't see,
Fair.
we can't smell, and the food becomes dangerous. But other products are fairly safe. Things like bread, for example.
Oh, really?
Yes, it'll taste a bit more stale, but it won't be
Oh, I guess
too
I was wrong on.
dangerous. Other things like pasta.
Oh yeah, I guess. Well, I guess that makes sense because you can just toss in the toaster. Pasta, I was completely right on though.
Dry products like cookies.
And the dried products I was right on too.
Before dates can be important.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't bring up like canned goods either.
So, how much can you trust them? One grocery insider had lots to say. She agrees to tell all if we protect her identity. This former bakery clerk tampered with food for years.
What would happen to foods in the bakery that had passed their best before date?
If it wasn't selling, we would cut the cake in half, like this, and then each half would be packaged on its own, and each of the halves would have a new best before date put on it.
That's
How long could those
fucking
sit out for?
wild.
They actually had stickers on them for about 2 more weeks.
And then what would happen?
After a couple of weeks, if it still hadn't sold, we would actually replace that sticker with the new one. So that's 2 additional
No shot that's legal, bro. Like, what? No shot that's legal.
weeks on top of the 2 weeks, on top of the weeks that it spent in the display case.
She worked at a Your Independent grocery store in Ontario before it was bought by Loblaws. She says tampering with bakery items at her store, common practice.
With the fruit tarts in
That's
the display
nasty.
case, we would take them and
So, note to self, if I'm going to be fucking buying like a pre-made cake and shit, get the full cake.
we would scrape off the fruit as it got older or less desirable looking or moldy.
Moldy, so you'd scrape off that.
Yes.
Ugh.
And then we would just retop it with new fruit and we would reglaze it and then we would put it back in the display case until this fruit wasn't looking very good anymore.
That's nasty.
That was okay.
The boss didn't just say it was okay. This is what we were instructed to do.
You know what? Fucking arrest that boss, man. Like, that's fucking gross. Like, come on, bro. I will never fucking look at sweets the same way.
Wasn't just fruit tarts. Our insider says she scraped off fruit and retopped some cakes too. Sounds gross, but could it be dangerous? We buy
Probably.
some cakes and fruit tarts for lab testing.
I brought you some food products to take a look
I
at.
fucking love the lab testing
But to our
shit.
surprise, when we open the box,
Let's check out this cake.
Bro,
It's
you
a
can see
fruit
mold.
tort.
You can see mold.
Wow, look at that.
Holy cow, this has not passed its best before date and there's already mold on it.
It's furry already.
That's
Isn't good, is it?
gross.
Wow, can't believe.
That is so fucking gross, bro. I thought we had high food standards. That's fucking nasty.
How much mold is on here?
Yes.
Has this cake been doctored? The store said
Probably.
it's not past the best before date. We ask Warner to help us simulate what our insider tells us about what happens to cakes and tarts 2 weeks past their best before dates. On day 1 of our test, that moldy cake, surprisingly, still safe to eat.
Wait,
But
what?
nearly 2 weeks later.
So these are yeast and moles, and you might see these orange ones here. They look pretty, don't they?
Yeah. If you ingest that toxin, what can happen?
Well, nothing will happen to you instantly, but what over time, it can lead to things like cancer. So this is why we have these best before buy dates, really, to stop these sort of things happening.
Yikes. And he says the longer these toxins stay on foods past their best before dates, more potential growth and risk. And there's more?
This comes in the form of what we call an enterobacteriaceae, which is a fecal indicator.
A fecal indicator.
Bro, they're literally serving us fucking fecal bacteria, fecal matter too? That's fucking gross, man. I am convinced. Literally anyone who fucking, you know, deliberately fucking, you know, goes past the best before date in like instances like this and like are told to like completely retop everything, automatic jail. That's fucking gross. You're gonna make people incredibly sick.
On the tort.
On the tort, there's a lot of handling when you produce these torts. They can introduce a certain degree of coliforms and other bacteria.
You found a lot lurking on the surface of that tort.
It was like a sea of microbes underneath the fruit. It really was. And the number of bacteria amazed me as a microbiologist that even these microbes could grow so high in a cake.
Pretty disturbing. Almost 2 weeks past their best before date, the fruit tarts are loaded with toxins too.
This is aspergillus. It's a mold that produces a mycotoxin, which can be fairly fatal over the long period of time.
Our insider says she didn't know there could be potential risks, but why'd she do it?
When you're working there, it's...
Because, you know, if your fucking boss tells you to scrape off the fucking fruit and put new fruit on there so that they can try and resell it, you know, like they're going, like the biggest thing is that they'll threaten to fucking fire you. That's the reality of it. Like, she probably just wanted to keep her job and didn't want to fucking, like, even though she probably knows that it's, you know, fucking disgusting and wrong to do that, you know, she probably didn't want to fucking lose her job.
Part of your job and you're told to do it, and
Yep.
you're not really at a place in your life where you can take a stand or
There you go.
say anything about it.
So, what's her advice for you?
I would personally avoid buying any cake or pie or bakery product that isn't in its original form. If it's been cut in half or cut into smaller pieces, there's
Yep.
probably a reason for it.
Back on the street, what do you think?
One tip from these former workers is you should buy foods in the bakery in its original form.
Noted. It's an advice that I should start sharing with a lot of my family members and friends.
That's a good piece of information, yeah.
Bro, how many fucking family members and friends of his are getting like that old crusty fucking cake? That's gross, bro.
It's definitely something I could use in the future.
Loblaws won't come on camera, but
Of course
after
they
learning
won't.
about our findings, they tell us they've reinforced their bakery policies with all their stores. We wonder if what
Totally.
we're hearing is unique to the bakery department.
Bro, Loblaws would, like, if you confronted them about this shit like today, they would still give the exact same response that they did 6 years ago.
So we design a national online call-out.
Hey, Alicia. How's it going?
Good, I'm just checking out some of our results.
We hear from grocery workers who've worked at retailers, big and small, from coast to coast, in the deli, bakery, produce, and meat departments.
I have witnessed seafood that was expired be turned into chowder mix. Ugh, that's disgusting.
Yep, across the country, they share disturbing secrets of what goes on behind the counter.
Oh, look at that one. We would take unpackaged pies, cakes, cookies, and repackage them as a single serving dessert.
Nasty.
Good. Take a look at this one. Meat was rewrapped. Best before date was changed. Person after person is writing in about changing the best before dates.
Yeah, it's shocking.
So as we were researching this story, it turns out one of our very own interns on Marketplace used to work at a grocery store. So I'm going to meet him and hear what he has to say.
Zahir used to work in the industry.
What did you do with meat that was past its best before date?
He gears up to give us a demo.
Something like this, they would take, they dip it in blood, just dabble it a little bit.
And we've simulated some blood here.
Yeah.
That's
So just
nasty.
dabble it like that. And then as you can see, it looks a lot redder.
That's what you would do? You would take the brown meat and turn it red?
Yeah, so we would turn it red.
Like how fucking like terrible, not like terrible tasting would that be, as well as like, imagine how many fucking pathogens are in that as well.
And then if like, again, we do it as many times as possible, we just keep flipping it.
When it comes to our third question, what's happening in the meat department, we hear doing a meat makeover is easy.
We would rewrap them and put down a new sticker, which came with a new best before date that extended the shelf life.
And you won't look at ground beef the same when you hear this.
If it's really bad, if it's like this, we would dabble in a little bit of blood, throw it into the meat mincer with some redder meats, and then all together, it would make it look red. And then we put it back up on the shelf.
And people would buy this?
Yeah, all the time.
Sounds misleading, but can it be risky too? Food
Yes.
safety expert Keith Warner helps us recreate what we've heard is going on with meat. We mix meat that's 4 days past its best before date with new.
How's it smell?
I'll let you do the honors.
Not too good. Not too good.
Turn it on. So how's this new blend look?
Looks totally fresh. It's well disguised.
Yeah, that looks good.
But could it be bad for you? We send it off for testing.
The chances are very good that's bad for you.
The bad and the rotten, we go to the core. And a best before flashback.
It didn't look right, and it didn't taste right.
Did our coffee cups investigation get your pot boiling? Find out what Tim Hortons
Wait,
and
what?
Starbucks staff have to say.
Wait, what? They did an investigation into Tim's and Starbucks. That's fucking wild. We have to watch that at some point.
This is your marketplace. Ready, set, it's a time bomb. Flashback 1976. Funky fondue.
A few weeks ago, Mrs. Rita Clifford of Sudbury, Ontario, served a cheese fondue to her husband and their guests. The fondue was, quite frankly, awful. It didn't look right, and it didn't taste right.
Mrs. Clifford complained to the manufacturer.
Woman
and she got
cooking.
her money back, another satisfied consumer. End of story.
Not quite, Joan.
funny.
Mrs. Clifford also
That's
received some interesting information.
wild.
The fondue mix she'd bought was over 3 years old. The land just...
Bro, what? 3 years old? So, 6 years ago, 2022. Fuck. 2016. It would have been either 2016, 2015. I imagine it was like 2016. That would be like the 70s, 80. Bro, this shit's been going on for over 40 plus years. That's fucking gross.
Company has not been making fondue mix for almost 4 years, and the ideal shelf life of the mix would have been under a year.
That's
So
nasty.
next we called the Toronto office of the TJ Lipton Company, as they handle the marketing of Lange's products. And Lipton's branch manager knew all about Mrs. Clifford's failed fondue party, but he didn't feel it could happen again. And in fact, he jokingly remarked, "I'll bet you $1,000 you couldn't find another package of the stuff." Well, we went
Probably lost that fucking bet.
to 4 stores in Toronto, and 3 out of 4 had the mix. 2 Loblaws and a Dominion. And we figure that
Lost.
branch manager owes us about $3,000.
Hell yeah,
Great.
$3,000. Let's
That
go.
was then. This is now. And we're finding some grocery stores are still playing games when it comes to best before dates.
I imagine that.
Would you eat this past the best?
I imagine that in 2022, they still are pulling this shit. Like, no shot that they're not, right? Like, they absolutely have to.
Before date?
No.
No! That's gross, it's fruit.
What we're about to show you next might just change the way you shop.
Food safety expert Keith Warner is helping us test some foods insiders tell us are being doctored to extend their shelf life, like grinding up meat that's 4 days past its best before date with fresh.
At least 4 days.
I'm curious how it tested.
So what we found was the meat was absolutely loaded with bacteria after only 1 day. It was loaded with these type of bacteria called Enterobacteriaceae. And what they do is that these can break down the meat proteins to make something called biogenic amines, which are toxic chemicals, which can cause asthma, mood changes, all sorts.
People who bought that meat wouldn't know that it was spoiled because it'd been mixed up with the good-looking meat.
Exactly, it was deception at its worst, isn't it? Totally unethical. And in this case, I think it goes beyond ethics, doesn't it? It goes to safety and things like that.
Zahir has experience working in the grocery biz. Like others we hear from, he says mixing old meat with new happened all the time.
Who told you to do this?
So
Management.
the butcher and my supervisor, or a lot of times he'd bring it in for me. He'd bring in like a stack of like meats that were brown, slam them on the table and be like, Zahir, unwrap these and relabel them and stack them back up on the shelves.
So, what advice does
Nasty.
he wish he could have given his customers?
Don't buy from the front of the shelves. Reach on behind, grab this stuff in the back. That stuff is usually a little newer.
Back
Yep,
on the
that's
street,
true.
we tell people about all that meat tampering.
That's disgusting.
Oh my god, that's terrifying. Do you buy marinated meats?
I'll buy like marinated fish.
Do you consider it fresh?
Yes. I always think it's more fresh. So I feel like they prepared it in the store that day. See, I put my trust in companies
Your
that
first.
might not be fresh.
Your first mistake is you're putting trust in the companies. The companies have the profit motive to go off of. So if they have fucking like a fuck ton of like old gross meat and shit, of course they're gonna fucking do it. Now I understand why my dad fucking takes like meat and shit from the back.
It's not fresh.
So, can you trust marinated meat? We hear from other insiders,
Probably not.
including this Ontario grocery manager. He says there's a secret reason some stores are adding sauces and spices to meats.
To
We've got
cover it
some
up, right?
marinated drumsticks here. Why is stuff marinated?
Things get marinated if it's going off or it is off. They will marinate it to hide the odor.
Yep.
And if there are any
There it
dark
is.
spots or whatever, to mask that and then put it out for sale. And things that are marinated actually sell for more.
You charge more for stuff that has gone past.
Bro, you charge more for fucking gross meat that's been like that has like a fucking spice rub on it? That's fucking nasty. Bro, I fucking hate capitalism. God damn it.
It's best before date.
Yes, it was referred to as value added. So because you're adding something to it, it increases the price. So in our store, things like steaks, strip loin steaks, they were going off, they were expired essentially, would be coated in some sort of barbecue marinade or cracked pepper, something with a really strong odor to hide the rotten smell.
That's
What
gross.
was the reason given for doing this?
It's all about profit and money.
Yep, there it
and
is.
The health of the consumer is not really a concern, it's how much
There
money
it
they
is.
can make.
There it
With
is.
almost 10 years experience in the biz, this insider's got a tip for the next time you're out shopping for meat.
I would not buy pre-marinated meat or pre-spiced meat
Fair.
in grocery stores because you don't know what has happened to it. It could be
Like, after hearing that, there is no shot I'm gonna fucking buy pre-marinated or pre-spiced meat. Like, no shot. Like, I'd rather just get the fucking spices and do it myself. It takes, like, what? A couple seconds to fucking season my meat beforehand?
fresh, but it could also be expired product.
What tends to happen, according to some insiders, that marinated meat, it's often marinated to kind of disguise the color, hide the odor.
Disgusting! It's a fraud. Oh no! I always just thought it would be
She seems so surprised.
You're wrong. Yeah, it was really wrong.
Ow.
You should be honest with your consumers. You want action.
They won't.
We want answers.
Canadians want to be able to trust when they go to the grocery store that they're buying food that is safe for them.
Get our newsletter, your cheat sheet to the news you need.
Alright, bro.
To eat or not to eat, you don't want to miss this.
Who's ready to play the food dating game? We're getting the good.
Bro, this is gonna be so fucking hard. This be so fucking hard to decipher, like, what's good and what's bad.
On best before dates. Insiders from coast to coast tell us they're tampering with your food. Store policies are being ignored. Final question. When you see mold on food, can you cut it off and eat the rest?
Probably not.
Hell no. As far as I know, you can cut it off and still eat it.
My man's like, hell no. Hell yeah.
Microbiologist Keith Warner says it's not as simple as you might think.
If you see mold growing on a product, is that safe to eat?
In things like bread, it's safe, but if you think of a soft cheese, if you think of jam, if you think of even a strawberry, and you see these molds growing, they could potentially be producing these toxins that diffuse through.
Yep.
This former
As I
grocery
thought.
manager says old fruits and veggies sometimes get a second life.
Anytime
Wait,
you
what?
make a fruit tray, you might go out onto the counter and see what's out there. Maybe something is starting to turn, and you would bring it back in and cut off the part that is bad, and then cut up the rest that looks good, and then put it into a fruit tray.
Did you actually see that happening?
Yes, I did. Same thing happens with some vegetables, so it happens quite often.
Okay, note to self, don't get fruit trays.
Okay, what if I told you that hard food products like orange, cauliflower, or broccoli, if there's mold on it, it's okay to eat, but when we're talking about soft foods, don't even take a chance.
No, I didn't know that. Before I have actually cut mold off strawberries and eaten it, so I didn't realize that, no.
Shut the front door.
Misleading people about best before dates is illegal. There are industry standards for best before dates.
Bro, I think we need to fucking hold the corporations accountable. Like, there's no shot that this shit should be happening. And like this is after holding the fucking holding them accountable for shit like, you know, the fucking fuck, what was it, like the price leadership that's going on currently, as well as you know, the huge amounts of fucking corporate greed going on.
Stores are supposed to self-police, so there's no way of knowing how...
Okay, here's the thing with self-policing. Self-policing doesn't fucking work, because when it comes down to it, you know, it's this same shit like when, I don't know, a fucking cop shoots someone to death and being like, oh, we're taking we're doing an investigation into it. It means fucking nothing. I think that there should be an independent third party that that looks into that. Because, like, yeah, they need to be held fucking accountable for it.
widespread these practices are.
Not every grocery worker who answered our call out had stories to share, but 1/3 of people who'd worked in the industry in the past 10 years said tampering was going on.
No surprise to retired public health inspector Jim Chan.
What kinds of stories have you heard about altering best before dates?
I've been receiving complaints from the public regarding, when I buy a product home.
If I was, if I had to do that shit, like if I was working for like one of these fucking companies and actually had to do that shit, I would 100% fucking call the health inspector on that, because that's fucking gross. Like, I don't want to eat that shit. And I'm pretty sure a vast majority of other fucking Canadians don't want to do so either.
It looks like somebody changed or covered the best before date, or people will say that looks like somebody changed it by using a pen, or they just smudge it.
All of those things, people were questioning whether they'd been tampered with?
That's correct.
He's been hearing about food tampering for over 30 years.
How do you know those things
Bro, over 30 fucking years? Why the fuck haven't you done anything about it then, my guy?
Very often that we will do a spot check, go to the meat counter or the food packaging counter right away, and just to do the best to see whether those evidence can be collected.
Yep, it's often hard to catch in the act.
Fair.
So, who is minding the store? We try for weeks to get an interview with the industry group, the Retail Council of Canada. But they won't talk on camera. So, with test results in hand, we pay them a visit.
Uh-oh.
I'm Erica Johnson from CBC Marketplace, hoping to see David Wilkes.
David Wilkes is the Senior Vice President of the Retail Council's Grocery Division. We wait and wait.
He's either not gonna come up or he's gonna completely avoid everything that she has.
He comes out to speak with us.
Hi there. What specifically are you going to do now that we've told you people are tampering with best before dates? There's a risk here that people could get sick.
Right. I don't accept that the products that
If I have never seen a more fucking thumb-like CEO more in my entire life than this guy. Like, he's going to give the most fucking corporate answers for it. Just be like, oh, we didn't know about this, we're trying our best to stop it and shit. Like, come on, bro.
were changed or altered or there was issues around that there was safety concerns.
The employees are telling us that they're being told from the top down to fudge the best before dates.
Yep.
It's coming from managers often.
Right, and so I don't accept that premise.
Canadians want to be able to trust when they go to the grocery store that they're buying food that is safe for them.
They can trust the quality of the food. That
Can
is in
they, though?
convenience stores. They can trust the food safety.
If we've discovered that people are being told to fudge best before dates, what steps have you taken to mediate that?
The steps were already in place. The steps were
So, literally nothing. That's reassuring.
And they weren't being followed.
We ask Wilkes if he'll pass on a message to his members.
Will you make a commitment to us today? Will you commit to getting back to your member stores and telling them they have to enforce the policies that are already in
Nope.
place? Because obviously that's not happening.
I don't need to do that because those policies are already in place.
But
They
no
are
one is
enforced.
following.
Bro, but we see oftentimes that fucking managers and even like this fucking clown don't give a shit because they're making fucking tremendous amounts of money from selling defective products. So it doesn't fucking matter. If they can make a profit off of something, they're going to completely avoid their policies and do it anyways because it's making them money.
On a date, I
Well,
challenge
but they're
that
not being
presumption.
followed in.
I knew, like I said, he was going to
disagree.
Like I said, he was going to completely avoid the fucking thing.
That was interesting. He heard our concerns and he said that basically these policies are being followed in stores.
Uh-huh.
It's not what we found.
So, what message do you have for retailers?
As a mother,
Normal
as a
CEO.
wife, we are putting our trust in you, so please help us.
You should be honest with your consumers.
I would say any company tampering with best before dates, don't do it. It's not worth my help.
Is your favorite fish oil
Come, just jail. Honestly, just fucking jail. Fucking long were these other videos?
I miss
24. What? Fuck it. Let's watch it.
meet here. I'm white. Seriously, my skin color is white. well, technically like peach, but I belong to a human group that can trace their ancestry to Europe with mostly lighter skin color. And I probably didn't have to tell you that because you can see me.
At least he's providing resources to the great replacement theory, which is good.
Right now, unless you're blind. Anyway, I bring this up because you may come across some xenophobic messaging when you're doing your thing on the old internet. You all remember what xenophobia is, right?
Go back to Ireland, you dumb mitt! You remember that, you bug She's back in the boot, Patty!
It's the fear of people from other countries.
Yep.
Now, even though this messaging is xenophobic, it's sneaky. In fact, it's terribly good at manipulating us, despite being full of crap and despite it probably going against everything you value and believe. I even fell for it, and I'm supposed to be smart.
I did too. I fell for that shit back in the day as well. Now I see right through it and be like, yeah, fuck off. Racist piece of shit. That's my response, generally speaking now. Don't give a shit on what fucking color a skin the person is and all that.
By the way, I'm not that smart. I just pretend to be smart on YouTube.
True.
But anyway, a few years ago, I noticed a bunch of folks who identify as white started bringing up something called the Great Replacement.
Yep.
But simply, the Great Replacement theory says that too much immigration of non-white folks to countries that are mostly made up of white folks is bad. Not only that, those who promote the Great Replacement theory argue that welcoming immigration policies for non-whites
And it typically tends to be fucking conservatives that, like, at the very least, like, conservatives tend to push this. Like, fascists, openly, people who are openly fascist will also promote it as well. But you also hear fucking conservatives promote the Great Replacement theory too. Like, we see so, especially in North America, in the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada, as well as the Republican Party in America.
are part of a plot meant to either weaken or
They're
replace
stealing
the political
Christmas.
power
Oh,
and
no.
culture of white people living in Western countries. When I say Western countries, it's not just Europe I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's Europe, it's Canada, it's America, it's even like New Zealand and Australia. It tends to generally be the European or those who have European descent as the majority, and yeah, it's fucking psychotic. It's the global north that's mostly controlled by those of European descent.
I'm also talking about the Americas, Australia, and New Zealand. By the way,
Yep.
You might want to check out my video about Western values when you get a chance.
Uh-oh.
Simply put, the Great Replacement is the alleged
Bro, look at these fucking hogs. This is wild, man.
replacement of whites by non-whites. It often overlaps
Or the fucking Jews, because apparently that's what it always boils down to, because fascists never change.
with a larger theory called the white genocide conspiracy theory,
Yep.
which revolves around the beliefs that powerful people are trying to prevent whites from having kids.
And if they do, it's, you know, you're supposed to, like, fucking have, it's essentially like, oh, white genocide is a thing. It's not a fucking thing. And, like, even if it was, who the fuck cares? Like, literally, the only one that's actually getting upset by that is just fucking idiots. Like, it's so stupid.
often the conspiracy is blamed on, you guessed it, Jewish people.
Yep.
This theory is manipulative because it equates normal patterns of immigration with murder. It's trying to put a big equals sign between the new Salvadoran or Syrian who lives down the street and a mental image of a concentration camp.
Yep.
Now, obviously, if they literally did that, then you and I wouldn't fall for the messaging. Therefore, the messengers have to be a little bit more subtle about it. And lately,
they will tend to use dog whistles in order to do so. You know, dog whistles being, you know, those who are in on like the conspiracy theory or have like an inherent political understanding of said dog whistles, whether it be like, let's use the CP shit for example that was going on in during Pizzagate, right? People would often use CP as a dog whistle for child porn, and it during the Pizzagate era, it was like, oh, it's just a meme. We're not talking about that. We're talking about cheese pizza. I'm like, yeah, totally, you are. Like, that's an example of a fucking dog whistle. There are more. There are other fucking dog whistles that you probably know of, being shit like, say, like the New World Order or like the Illuminati or some shit like that. There are other ones as well, such as law and order, cultural Marxism, traditional values, overpopulation, states' rights, war on terror, in some instances, taxpayers, Western chauvinist, Anglo-Saxon, magic dirt, shit like that. Those are just some examples, but there are plenty more.
They've gotten pretty good at manipulating us. Here's the thing though, not only are those who preach about the Great Replacement theory manipulating us, but as it turns out, the entire theory is bullcrap. It's literally not backed by evidence at all. There is no secret plot to get rid of white folks, but let's just say that.
And it's the same shit with like literally every other fucking nonsensical conspiracy theory that is fucking backed by dumbass hogs like, say, QAnon, the fucking, or even like shit like protests like, say, the fucking convoy or the January 6th insurrection and some and shit like that. Like in some instances there is like a small grain of truth to it, but it's just gone so fucking far down the rabbit hole that you have a bunch of idiots using dog whistles and like code words and everything, being so that other fucking dumbasses or those who are actually politically engaged know what the fuck's going on. But like to your average normie they won't.
That there was. Well, they must be doing a pretty poor job, since there are more white folks now than ever before.
True.
You might be thinking, well, duh, Mr. Beat, but whites represent a smaller percentage of the proportion of the world. Well, who counts as white isn't based on genetics.
The whole entire concept of whiteness is literally just a fucking form of power. Like to maintain the hierarchical structures that we tend to face within the global north, and even in global south countries as well. Let's be honest. It's entirely a political concept. For example, in America, Italians did not used to be considered white, but if you when they were fucking immigrating and shit, compare that to now, where they are considered white. It's a completely made up fucking political concept, and which is why I think it's a fucking hilarious fucking thing that people go off of. Oh well, like I'm white and blah 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 blah. Like yeah, I'm fucking white passing too, but you know, so I do recognize that, you know, I have some I do have privileges granted to me that like other people don't as well. It's just fucking ridiculous. Because, you know, it's a I imagine he's going to touch on it, but it's a made up political concept. That's all it is.
Or even demographics. It's based on politics.
Yep.
In the United States, for example, Irish Americans, Italian Americans, and Polish Americans weren't considered white
There we
until
go.
the early 1900s. Greek Americans weren't white until just a few decades ago.
Yep.
Some Arab Americans used to be considered white, but by
Well, even some Arab Americans nowadays are still considered white until people find out what their name is. Hassan is an excellent example of this. He's white passing as fuck, but once people find out that his name is Turkish, you know, people automatically disqualify him as not being fucking white. But you know, Turkish people generally tend to be considered white until people find out their name.
By the end of the 1900s, were no longer considered white. Even though race isn't a biological reality, it has still been a way for people in power to divide us
Yep.
up over the years. Not only that, immigration is simply currently not high enough, nor will it likely ever be, to make it so that skin color, values, or culture will completely change in one country. Sure, there
Yep.
will be demographic changes, and there already has been, but there is no evidence that these recent demographic changes have dramatically changed the dominant culture and values of any one country. We often just see cultural assimilation. Oh, cultural assimilation
Uh-oh.
is the process in which a minority culture gets absorbed into the dominant culture of a society.
Yep.
Not that that matters, as these immigrants already share American values. That's why they're coming here. And the different
Mhm.
cultures they bring are
As well as, like, you know, wanting to like further their themselves and have the potential to, you know, improve living conditions, even though in some instances that's not necessarily the case.
almost always beneficial to American society. Also, most immigrants, and especially their children, assimilate peacefully into the existing culture, which, by the way, is constantly changing anyway, and has always been multicultural. This is no surprise to me, as I've had many students who were the kids of immigrants, but if I didn't know they were the kids of immigrants, I would have assumed that their family had been in this country for many generations. So then it just comes down to skin color, and if you're really concerned that skin colors of all humans in your society might change, have you ever stopped to ask yourself why? Skin
For me personally, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what the fucking majority is. Like, it could be fucking white, it could be black. Like, I don't care. The people that do care tend to be fucking racists and bigots, as well as, like, you know, fucking pushing like idiotic conspiracy theories, being like they're trying to fucking replace us as a fucking group or whatever. I don't give a shit about that. Like, honestly, who the fuck cares? And like, the only reason why fucking dumbass white people are so terrified of the their little imaginary reality where, you know, they perceive themselves as a minority is because, you know, they see how they fucking treat minority groups already and think that, you know, if the minority groups do become a majority, they're gonna treat them the exact same way, which generally isn't the case, because, you know, a lot of minority groups tend to be a lot more progressive than the fucking suburbanite white person.
Pigmentation is highly correlated with distance from the equator. That's right. The random lottery of how far you are from this line determines what color you get to be. The primary pigment in human skin is melanin, which is used to protect us from the sun. Just because your friend Jessica doesn't get sunburnt as often as you doesn't make her any less human. More than
I don't get sunburnt either.
Distribution of
Fortunately, I don't get sunburnt either. I've only had sunburn like twice, I think. Like it's, yeah, I don't get sunburnt. I get really fucking hot though because I don't sweat, which really sucks.
Of colors has changed a lot over human history, and Europeans from even just 8,000.
Yeah, didn't like people in like say the UK used to have like darker skin tones.
Years ago looked dramatically different than they do today. Keep in mind that for the vast majority of human history, humans with lighter skin pigmentation have not existed. So who came up with the Great Replacement Theory?
Nazis.
Well, apparently this dude came up with a modern concept of the Great Replacement Theory. René Camus, a French writer who at least popularized the term with a couple books, the first of which came out in 2010. Camus argued that white Europeans were being disproportionately replaced by immigrants from Africa and the Middle East, which could lead to the, quote, extinction of whites. Camus particularly was afraid of Muslim immigration.
Of course he was.
They often had a much higher birth
rate
than whites. Even though around 40% of Muslims identify as, you know, white, but I digress. It's not surprising that white supremacists were attracted to Camus' Great Replacement Theory, but incredibly it became fairly mainstream by the time I first encountered it in this
And it generally tends to be like fucking conservatives and Nazis that push that shit, so it's that.
2017 video by, what was her name? Warren Northern? Yeah, I think that was it. Well, the video has since been taken down, but still, back in 2017, it did very well, and just Warren casually bringing up the theory like it ain't no thing was surprising. It was
like the thing with me is like when I was like a fucking psychopathic like neo-fascist, I probably would have like lapped this shit up like 100%. Because like, you know, when you're fucking fascist and all that shit, like, you know, this stuff is like is very fucking normal to hear it being like, you know, oh, like it's the one drop rule essentially as well. Because I was aware of like the one drop rule shit back in the day. I'm like, yeah, no, they're fucking probably trying to replace us or some shit. So yeah, it's a very fucking dangerous ideology.
proof that Camus had given white supremacists a powerful argument to use, even if that argument was false. Since then, his followers have described immigration as an invasion, and they generally promote the idea that non-white immigrants, whatever that means, have dramatically different values than whites and are trying to erase white culture. Isn't it just another version of xenophobia? I mean, yeah. Basically. Yeah, before Camus popularized his Great Replacement Theory going back more than 100 years before that in France, there was a nationalist, anti-non-white immigrant movement brewing there. In fact, in most of the Western world, going back to the 1800s, there have been similar movements.
It's kind of like we're fucking repeating history or something. I don't know about you, but it just seems that way to me.
Especially due to the increase of immigrants to the Western world from African and Asian countries. Because of this xenophobia, many people in Western countries called for nativism, or the policy of protecting native-born citizens over immigrants.
Like, there was a fucking, like, Chinese act or something, or yeah, there was the Chinese head tax in Canada here. Here, let me just pull it up. So those of you who aren't familiar with the Chinese head tax, it was a very fucking racist piece of legislation passed in Canada. Being the Chinese head tax is a fixed fee charged to each Chinese person entering Canada. When we say Chinese, what we really mean is Asian. You know, it didn't matter if you're from Korea, Philippines, China, Japan, whatever. You were still affected by this fucking psychotic legislation. The head tax was first levied after the Canadian Parliament passed the Chinese Immigration Act of 1885, and it was meant to discourage Chinese people from entering Canada after the completion of the Canadian Pacific Railway. The tax was abolished by the Chinese Immigration Act of 1923, which outright prevented all Chinese immigration except for that of business people, singularly educators, students, and some others. So yeah, it was fucking ridiculous. It was only there. It was only put into place for Asian people, and it was fucking psychotic. It was incredibly fucking racist, incredibly discriminatory, as well as, you know, it was only used like, because generally speaking, they want, like, you had a lot of you did have a lot of Chinese people coming to Canada in order to help with the construction of the Pacific Railway. And, you know, they were really good laborers and everything, but they didn't want, the government at the time didn't want fucking Chinese people, or just Asians in general, to come and bring their entire families with them, because they unironically would think that it would like the Chinese would replace the white people in this instance. It was fucking ridiculous and absolutely disgusting that it was fucking passed. So yeah, that's the general basics of it. We could go into that, like, a decent amount, like, further down the line if people want, but
Xenophobia hasn't always been about skin color. In the United States, for example, many nativists hated the Irish, Catholics, Jewish people. This is what led to groups like the Ku Klux Klan. Oh,
against the fucking Catholics. Let's go.
goodness gracious. But the Great Replacement theory...
Oh yeah, where's my fucking fly swatter? I want to fucking smack some dumbass white supremacists with it.
is different in that it has found widespread appeal online.
Yep.
Media-savvy white supremacists have been successful making
Like
it
Tucker
appealing
Carlson.
to people who are...
Like Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder. What's the other fucking idiot? Tim Fool, I think his name is. You know, those fucking morons. Like, literally anyone, like any fucking conservative commentator. There is also some other fucking idiots as well that I don't really feel like going into, but it's fucking psychotic.
Definitely not white supremacists. This might be because now they say Great Replacement instead of...
Or it's either the Great Replacement or it's like the one drop rule.
White genocide. Even a member of Congress, Steve King of Iowa, endorsed the theory. The scariest thing about this being so mainstream is that it has led to violence.
Yep.
A lot of it. In 2011, this guy from Norway wrote a 1,500-page manifesto explaining his fear of white ethnic replacement.
Automatically, if you've written a fucking manifesto, automatic red flag. Sorry, automatic red flag. Karl Marx, big fucking red flag guy, literally.
By migrants from the Middle East and North Africa. He then killed 77 in a terrorist attack.
What the fuck?
In 2018, this guy.
Yeah, you see all this shit popping off, and then like you have idiotic conservatives being like, "Oh, it's just a lone wolf," despite the fact that we know the fucking history of these people, as well as who is fucking promoting it, and you know, they fucking sweep it under the rug, being like, "No, it's just a fucking it's just a fucking lone wolf. We have no fucking control over it," which is fucking psychotic.
Guy from Pennsylvania posted online that Jews were responsible for the Great Replacement and they needed to be killed. He then went on to kill 11 people in a synagogue in Pittsburgh. Some of those were Holocaust survivors. The next year, this guy from Texas also wrote a manifesto that said he was going to defend his country from a, quote, cultural and ethnic replacement brought on by an invasion of Hispanics. He then went on to kill 20
What is up with fucking conservatives and fucking manifestos? Like, Jesus Christ.
23 people at a Walmart in El Paso.
Oh yeah. I remember that, and the Buffalo fucking shooter. We fucking covered that too. That was fucking disgusting, man.
Shooting, which happened while we made this video, also was inspired by the Great Replacement.
Like, on top of that, like, these fucking tragedies are just very fucking sad. Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, I remember the 2019 and the 2022 shit. Like, it was fucking wild.
Theory. Now, obviously, not everyone who falls for these lies will commit a mass murder, but anyone,
No, I didn't.
including me,
I personally didn't, which I'm very grateful that I didn't. You know, it's not like coming from like a place of experience, you know, having been there myself. It's not like I didn't have those fucking thoughts, right? It's fucking wild. You like when you're deep in the sauce and shit, you'll have those fucking thoughts, you know, being like, you know, everyone has it out for me, like I'm trying to fucking I don't like having this group enter in the fucking country or whatever, or I don't like this group or that group for whatever fucking reason. You know, you do always have the fucking potential to get better. I am an excellent example of that, considering that I was literally like, I guess the best way would be like describing it as like an onion. Like, I was very close to like the center layer of the onion, and it is like once you are in the layers of the onion, it is incredibly fucking hard to get out of there, like 100%. Fortunately for me, in my personal experience, when it came down to that, I you know, I was, like, all things considered, I still was fairly open-minded. So I did have, like, in my personal Discord, for example, I did revise this. The last time I updated the rules and everything, was in 2019, like early 2019, and like this, the sixth rule is like no, like no harassment and shit. Like you'll be banned for that instantly. you know, being slurs, homophobic dash transphobic shit, uh, harmful shit to people's sexual orientation and everything. And do keep in mind that this is when, you know, I was fucking popping off and shit, being all that. I do also have a couple of trans friends as well, and some of which have which I didn't know were trans at the time, or who were openly trans and shit, and you know, I fucking conversed with them. I think that did help de-radicalize me, as well as, you know, when COVID was popping off and shit, like, I still maintain those fucking views, but like, honestly, like having, I guess to be fair, I did also watch like some leftist content at the time, but I didn't know it. I think, who was it? I think it was Sean. I think it was like Sean that I watched a lot, because like I had like such like brain broken energy by being in the fucking in the Onion for so fucking long, where it was like, oh, this guy has a fucking skull, let's see what he fucking hears or he has to say. Like that's like the fucking mentality that was, because generally speaking, like a lot of like fascists and shit like that will tend to use uh like skulls and shit for like their um for like their like videos and shit. um so like I do think that was like the start of the process of like de-radicalizing me, because I encountered like some of his some of Sean's videos. I think the final nail in the coffin for me though was when I encountered like Hassan stuff, and like Hassan, second thought, ContraPoints, uh and like Abigail as well, like Abigail Thorne. What the fuck was her channel name again? I don't remember. But like I think like that era, like I think it was like 2020. Like that was like the nail in the coffin for me. Like there definitely are ways of de-radicalization for sure. Like my vocabulary, like even like 2 years ago, is drastically different from what it is now. So anyways, let's get back to this video.
And you can fall for great replacement theory messaging, since they use manipulative tactics to make false claims sound plausible. And if we're not careful and critical, we can be manipulated, and heck, we could even be radicalized by this.
Yep, 100%. I fully agree with that. You 100% can be radicalized by it, as well as, you know, you can 100% be fucking or fall for it easily.
This stuff. For the rest of this video, we're going to look at how people fall for the great replacement theory, and look at how you can avoid
Let's see what he says, because for my experiences, like I know what my experiences are, but I'm kind of curious to see what he's gonna say.
Falling for it too. Those who tend to promote the great replacement theory often use the same talking points. They are all bullcrap, but persist anyway. Talking point number 1. Biology is destiny.
Okay, I have heard that one.
Because when we hear biology, we think, oh, it's science, so it has to be legit.
It's the same shit as what people used like skull phrenology for eugenics, right? It's the exact same shit.
Right? This one says that culture is genetically determined, and that genetic features predetermine cultural traits. For example, they might say that all of the problems in the African American community and in all of Africa are rooted in inferior genetics or culture. In other words, they say that black people inherently are less intelligent or more like...
Yeah, that's literally just skull phrenetics. Like, I unironically bought into that shit it was just sold to me as like skull phonetics and shit. Being like, you know, they have fucking smaller they have smaller craniums, so they're inherently more stupid. That's the kind of shit that I bought into.
Likely to be violent. It's bullcrap. It's been disproven by decades of scholarly research.
And yeah, that's another thing, is that when you tend to fall down these fucking alt-right rabbit holes, and, you know, someone provides you with adequate data in the form of empirical evidence or studies or something like that, you tend to not believe it. Or you tend to like, oh, well, this is just paid off by the fucking, depending on what you're going off of, whether it be like the fucking Jews or the government or some fucking higher power or whatever the fuck, like, or like the radical left wing or whatever the fuck.
For example, many outcomes from measures of intelligence to violence.
And like now, you know, when I see this shit, I'm like, oh, okay, it means that it generally means that, you know, their socioeconomic conditions are absolutely dog shit, and, you know, they're just fucking trying to provide for their families like every other person would in that instance.
Violence are driven by socioeconomic status and income inequality. There is absolutely no evidence that biology is the driving factor. For example, African Americans perform.
And if you use the fucking race card and shit, like, you're just fucking racist. Let's be honest.
Similarly to other Americans when given access to the same opportunities. Talking point number 2. We are brave to speak the truth, and the normies are cowards.
Yep, I believe in that shit as well. It wasn't just the normies, and then like, yeah, the normies are cowards because, you know, they because, you know, we were saying racist shit, and then being like, you know, oh, well, the fucking radical leftists that like even I thought that fucking liberals were like radical leftists and shit, being like, oh, well, you know, the radical leftists are fucking are like cringe and like wrong about everything and like that, and like I still do agree with, you know, fucking leftists can be cringe sometimes, but yeah, no, it's just, yeah, it's you think that you're being all fucking smart and brave and everything, but you're just looking like an arrogant asshole.
It's manipulative because it's fun to be in a secret club and have access to secret information. Basically, this one says that people with racist beliefs are actually countercultural truth tellers. They're not sheep who conform. Yeah,
So the funny thing about that, though, is like when people like, let's use the masking during COVID as an example. So you can either have like, you know, follow the instructions given to like the evidence supporting that like masking works and everything, right? And you'll have a bunch of idiotics, dumbasses being like, oh, well, you're a fucking sheep for following the mandates and everything. But the fucking counter to that is like, you're still a fucking sheep by following like the counter argument by being like, oh no, well, this fucking person's been wrong and cringe, and, you know, despite the fact that, you know, they've updated their stances and everything. Anthony Fauci was an excellent example of that. So like, if you're, say if you're like in a herd, right, and the majority is going left, you have either the option to go your own way or go fucking right. And generally speaking, those fucking morons that are saying that, you know, they're like that they're not sheep and they're like fucking lions or some shit, those are the morons that will generally turn left. Like, it's they are sheep, they just belong to a different herd, if that makes sense. And then you have people like say myself, that did listen to authority figures in the respective fields, as well as looking into things a little bit deeper than just the surface level and everything, and went down an entire fucking rabbit hole. An excellent example of that for me was I heard fucking conspiracy theories of like during early COVID that fucking racists were using, being like immigrants are bringing in fucking, or immigrants or refugees were bringing in fucking COVID, which is just a racist thing that it's not even new, to be completely honest. Like, it was used beforehand for xenophobia beforehand, in the forms of like, oh well, I think it was used against primarily Chinese people, being like, oh, they're fucking dirty and carry disease and shit, like in like the 1800s or some shit like that. So it's not even new. But like, I wanted to get to like the root cause of like them like fucking throwing them into concentration camps, and or immigrants into concentration camps and everything. So I really dug deep into it, and it was like one fucking like 2-minute video that came up from, I think it was like Rebel News, that was standing outside of a fucking refugee camp in Canada, and claiming that it was a fucking concentration camp and everything. Which I dug even more into it, and like I'm like, okay, well, if I did, like, I confronted the person that was fucking pushing this shit. I'm like, okay, well, if it's kind of weird that the places where you're pushing are refugee camps that have had mass outbreaks, which is true, and like allegedly they were spreading it to the to the communities that the concentration camp was at, or not the concentration camp, the refugee camp was at. And like, I did get down some rabbit holes, being like the fucking fences that were put in place were there to keep them in, some shit. Like, I don't even know if I believe that. As well as like, I'm like, okay, but if things pop up here, or if these quote unquote concentration camps pop up here, here, and here, here, and here, then I know you're just fucking, you're fucking lying about it. And guess what exactly happened? The alleged concentration camps popped up exactly where I thought they would. Because I fucking looked into it. I'm like, you're being fucking psychotic. So yeah, you're not even fucking right about that, there, friendo.
Conforming means not being racist. I think we ought to conform then. And for people who don't conform, they sure use the same talking points a lot. Talking point number 3. Diversity is conflict.
I've heard this one too.
It's manipulative because the vast majority...
when I was in the fucking alt-right pipeline, I've heard this one too.
Of us fear conflict, and this one says that diversity automatically causes conflict. It often relies on cherry-picking evidence and studies to back up its claim. It's bullcrap. There is plenty of research that actually shows that diversity enriches.
Diversity is actually really good for the economy, as well as business practices, and etc. Like, it's very good for everything. Like, even like if you want to take like a pro-capitalist stance on it, it's really good for even like if you're on the pro-capitalist side.
societies, even in the ways the haters claim to care about. For example, diverse groups of problem solvers often outperform groups of high performers on really tough
True.
problems. And that makes sense because tough problems need new perspectives. It's how we got automatic elevator doors.
Yeah, it's as well as like, you know, it provides like if you have different perspectives on everything, it's inherently good because like you can hear like what everyone thinks and everything, as well as like different solutions for the problem.
Basketball and the iPhone. That's right. That thing you're watching this video on right now.
Not
wouldn't
watching it on my
exist
phone.
without diversity.
I'm not watching on an iPhone, and I will never get on a fucking iPhone. The iPhones are dog shit.
Number 4. Whites are being exploited.
I've heard
It's
this one too.
manipulative because people naturally don't want to be taken advantage of. This one says whites are victims of diversity and says that whites are being taken advantage of by non-whites and, quote, race traders or...
Oh, I have fucking heard that one like crazy. Even by like people that I actually know. Like, my mom was fucking called a race trader because she has like I guess it'd be like a black boyfriend or something like that. I'm like, what? Like nowadays I'm like, what the fuck? You can't say shit like that.
Or whites that don't have these views. They argue that it's natural for humans to act in the interest of their own race, even at the expense of others outside of their group. It's
not true.
Remember, powerful people created the whole idea of race in order to divide us and to justify their place at the top of social.
Because a divided population is a more is a way easier population to control. If you are inherently divided, you're going to be a lot easier to control. That's why fucking millionaires and billionaires do it to the working class. That's why fucking psychopathic racists do it to fucking white people. You know, it's fucking it's idiotic. Because unified, it's a lot harder, or like a unified population or group is a lot harder to divide than or a lot harder to take advantage of comparatively to those who are, you know, not divided. It's the same shit with politics too.
Social hierarchies. Also, how exactly are whites being exploited?
And that's you know, with taking into account like even like historical things like say serfs and or lords and turfs and shit like that. And if you want to talk about like whites being exploited, whites are being exploited just like how everyone else is, by their fucking dickhead bosses, by fucking psychopathic conservative policies that are being passed, like say the QP shit that was being passed, or yeah, Bill 28 that was passed, as well as you know, and like the fucking like housing market as well, like the landlord and tenant fucking power structure as well. Instead, they think that, you know, the fucking government is, you know, fucking siding with, like, Antifa and shit like that, and being like, oh, it's all these fucking, black people that they're siding with, and, you know, we're being exploited because we're not getting anything from it, when there is reasons for the whole fucking, like, them thinking that, you know, being like, oh, I'm not getting anything back from it and everything, or something that they don't deem as useful. You know, it's fucking silly. They generally tend to face the exact same fucking things that every other fucking person in this country faces. Like, honestly, I don't fucking think that skin color has uh, is a factor in that, I should say.
This is manipulative because it points to a vague threat to make you feel scared, yet doesn't provide good evidence of specific exploitation of whites. And remember, humans cooperating and working together is what built, all of human history.
Help build society too.
Things used to be so much better.
I've heard that one too. I mean, this is still even used to this day, though, by conservatives. They're like, oh, well, things were so much better back in the day. I'm like, okay, or things were so great back in the day. I'm like, okay, when were things great? When we were fucking throwing people into residential schools to essentially commit cultural genocide, or when it was, fucking essentially barring Asian people from entry into the country with the Chinese head tax and shit like that. Like they don't fucking actually list a fucking like a point in time when things were better.
Manipulative because we generally all love nostalgia or an emotional connection to a period in the past. This one tries to inspire nostalgia for an imaginary past.
Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of the past that they tend to think happened or was so great tended to be imaginatory and like made up and everything, despite the fact that the fucking past was incredibly fucking racist and incredibly fucking exploitative for those who were not deemed in this instance fucking white.
When things were better and tradition was respected. In particular, this talking point revolves around the myth that, quote, racial purity used to be a thing, and that racial groups used to live separately, and because of that, things were better.
Which is very fucking funny because, like, in the Middle East, for example, you had people who of the Islam faith, Judaism and Christianity all living in fucking harmony in the Middle East, which is so fucking funny.
It's bullcrap. All modern humans originated from Africa. Different groups of humans have always interacted, and new ethnic groups have formed and evolved throughout human history. Talking point number 6. The Jews are to blame. Yeah.
So that's like behind like literally every single fucking conspiracy theory. Once, like, if you actually get into the fucking roots, like I was way back when, that was like the number one fucking thing behind literally everything. It was always like some sort of fucking Jewish conspiracy theory, or like Jewish group or something like that behind it. Which is fucking crazy. Like, I don't, like, nowadays, like, I don't even understand how I believed in this shit.
Yeah, do I really have to explain this one? I made a whole video on the history of anti-Semitism, if you also want to check that one out. There are also things to watch out for, what I call Great Replacement Theory red flags. Those who tend to promote the Great Replacement Theory also use shocking images to dehumanize
I mean, it's not just Great Replacement Theory, it's like literally any fucking conspiracy theory that psychopaths on the right tend to push. Like, I do tend to sometimes see this on the left wing as well, but to a way lesser degree. But when those fucking leftists use that, I make fun of them for it. I'm like, bro, come on.
Whites, they bring up IQ a lot.
Yep.
They bring up Marx, as in
Karl Marx. Hell yeah, Karl Marx, my man.
And they bring up cultural Marxism a lot.
Yep. That's cultural Marxism is a fucking dog whistle. It's just essentially a fucking rephrasing of cultural Bolshevism, which was a Nazi conspiracy theory.
Bring up open borders a lot.
Yep.
They often refer to migration as an invasion.
Yep.
They tend to talk trash about diversity and multiculturalism. They tend to use certain rhetorical strategies to make radical views seem not so radical at all. Probably the most common rhetorical strategy is limited framing. Limited framing is usually applied in videos in which the host on screen will put boundaries on the discussion to make someone with crazy views seem more reasonable. Basically, they leave out the more controversial stuff and focus on the less controversial stuff they are saying. Like that Warren Northern video I mentioned earlier.
I mean, like, the thing with that, though, is, like, you tend to see that a lot as well, because, like, the thing with, like, politics is there's going to be, like, a lot of controversial stuff, regardless of which side of the political spectrum you fall on. And I think, like, having a conversation, like, at least having a conversation about that is a very important, like, first step to actually, you know, getting shit done. But, like, when it's, like, psychotic Nazi shit, then yeah, obviously you shouldn't be fucking talking about that.
And to deflect a bit and to convince you that
And conservatives tend to do that conservatives tend to deflect a fuck ton.
their opinions are not so crazy after all, they'll say things like, people are saying. If you get angry at their opinions, they might say, you mad, bro? To attempt to make it seem like you're overreacting. Or weak. They present their information as if they are giving the uncomfortable truth that is a threat to the elites, or the establishment, or the New World Order, or the globalists, or even just they.
Yep.
They'll say, you have been lied to, or title their videos something along the lines of, the truth about immigration, or the real history of immigration. To defend themselves, they'll often say, I'm just asking questions, or attack you.
Yeah, and then when you you know, fucking answer their fucking questions, they'll be like, no, you're fucking wrong, because that's not what I heard. By, like, some fucking psychopath.
For not being open-minded enough. Overall, they rely heavily on logical fallacies.
Yep.
Here's a video I made about logical fallacies.
I think we watched this on stream, right? I don't remember.
By the way, so what is that now? 3 videos to watch after this? That's a lot of homework. And finally, great replacement theory promoters often use memes. Seriously. In fact, memes are a big reason why the Great Replacement Theory has spread in recent years. So let's look at some memes and see if you can spot.
Okay, let's look at these fucking cringy ass, dumbass right-wing memes, boys.
These Great Replacement Theory red flags. Oh yeah, first of all, this.
After a flight coming from Afghanistan. Not one woman, not one child, just men. Checks and balances need to be put in place to ensure that these people coming into are genuine and not brainwashed to live under Sharia law. Photo from... Bro, the fuck?
This is literally a limited frame. The person who put this together wanted...
Like, this has to be, like, fucking, like cut off and shit, right?
You to believe that this photo was of men from Afghanistan fleeing the country to the United States after it fell to the Taliban in the summer of 2021. However, and I had to do a lot of digging to find this out, this photo is actually
It's probably from, like, post 9/11, I want to say.
Group of immigrants returning to Afghanistan from Turkey in
Oh, I would not have guessed that. Okay.
2018. What helped me researching it is doing a reverse image search of the photo, and I suggest you do the same whenever you come across any photo that gets you fired up. So the first red flag is the picture. Next, of course, there's the red flag of
Sharia law, probably.
calling accepting refugees into a country an invasion. 2 red flags right off the bat with this one. One again is that word, invading.
Yep.
And second is the shocking image to dehumanize.
Yep.
This also hits at talking point number 3. Diversity is conflict. This picture was circulated claiming to be a picture of refugees fighting with police in Germany in 2015 at the height of the refugee crisis. It was used to manipulate people into being afraid of refugees. Well, the picture was actually...
We saw the exact same shit with Syrian refugees coming to Canada.
Taken in 2012 and had nothing to do with the refugee crisis. There's the IQ red flag, of course, and then they just show a picture of supposedly French black people, although I couldn't find where this picture originated from, and so who knows where these people are actually from. And they're not even really trying that hard anymore. They're just showing a picture of black people next to unsubstantiated text. Folks can't even stand peacefully without these manipulators looking for a way to weaponize their image. Hey, I can do that too, see? I could write literally anything.
Elephants are too afraid of beards on dragons due to rotten potatoes.
It doesn't make it true. And while that link at the bottom goes to a real study, it has nothing to do with rising immigration in France. But how many people would actually click on it to look at that study? Probably not many, okay? This also hits at talking point number 1. Biology is destiny. This fits the formula of giving the uncomfortable truth that is a threat to the elites, or in this case, they. Who are they, by the way? I've always wanted to know who they were. Anyway, this also hits talking point number 1. Biology is destiny. Talking about, quote, third worlders. And talking point number 4. Whites are being exploited. Oof. This one is especially horrendous. Talking point number 4. Whites are being exploited. Talking point number...
I mean, when you just have to read this much fucking text, your meme is dog shit. Let's be honest.
6. The Jews are to blame, and a bunch of stuff about IQ and Marx, and there's the giving of the...
Yep, there's Jewish right there. Jews, IQ. See if I can Marx. I'm sure that that he's in there somewhere.
Uncomfortable truth that is a threat to the elites. So here is a picture of the mayor of the London borough of Camden. She is the first black mayor of Camden, and no, is not a supremacist of any kind. What I particularly found fascinating about this one is that the meme implies she needs to be deported back home.
What?
Well, I guess deport her to Camden, then, since she's...
That's one thing that fucking idiotic racists don't understand, is that, like, generally speaking, when people are, you know, either, or I should say people of color tend to get positions of power and shit, they generally live within their fucking vicinity. There are some exceptions to that, for sure. But generally speaking, they tend to be within the area.
She's lived there her whole life. There are many, many more examples I found online. But at this point, I'm just getting worn out by all the fear and hate. So let's just wrap this up.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
The bottom line is the Great Replacement Theory is still a big movement because its proponents have done well to play on the natural fears people have of economic and social instability and just change in general. In case you haven't noticed, things haven't been...
Which, you know, change can be scary, but it is fucking nature. Change is nature.
And all peachy for the majority of us lately. The world has plenty of problems. Often, it's easier for us to just place blame on certain groups, and groups that are less like us are easy targets. So what can you do in response to Great Replacement Theory manipulation? Number 1, probe the point. Does the content use one of these common talking points that are not backed by evidence? Number 2, fish for flags. Are there any red flags present? Like regular mentions of IQ, use of words like invasion and shocking images? Number 3,
Marx.
Resist the rhetoric. Is their use of a rhetorical strategy, like limited framing, reference to a mysterious elitist majority they, or use of logical fallacies? And number 4, mind the meme. Remember that memes are easy to share but difficult to fact check. Make sure to reverse image search to understand a picture's true context, and do your own research before you share a meme yourself. These are some small...
Like, that is one thing I take into consideration. Like, with some of my female friends, like, I like ironically share like like, you know, woman dumb memes, but you know, that's I'm just being fucking ironic about it. Like, you know, she's perfectly fine with it, and she's like thinks it's funny. But like, you know, it's like I'm not fucking serious about that. Like one friend and I, like she and I have like have had conversations about, like, say, like abortion rights, and you know, just general stuff as well, and like the terminology that, you know, fucking incels tend to use, like, say, slut or whore, and like, you know, she fucking wears that with pride and everything. I'm like, hell yeah, you do that. But, you know, it's more or less of like, oh, you know, women don't like women don't know how to cook, or some shit like that, or like woman not strong. You know, it's just ironic shit like that. So neither of us take it fucking seriously, and nor do like any other female friends that I engage with, you know, take it seriously either, because they don't just like dicking around and like don't actually mean any of that shit. So like there is like some fucking like some of my female friends I don't also like tend to or some of my other like female friends and acquaintances that I converse with, like I don't do that shit. Like hell, I don't even fucking talk about like politics to them either. Acquaintance that I've been conversing with, we've just been talking about like her content and shit. So there's that. Oh, yeah.
Steps you can take to make sure that you don't fall for this messaging, and in general, make society a safer and more peaceful place for all of us. Speaking of all of us, we can't be replaced because humans reproduce.
Yep.
We just make more humans. Let's end this video with a thought experiment. Imagine if you met someone from a foreign country who looked a lot different than you. They had a different religion than you. They liked different foods and music than you. Heck, they didn't even speak your language. But you fell in love with them anyway. And
yeah, I actually have a story about this. Like, I guess it'd be like my current ex, or my most recent current ex. Like, she and I were like we did know like a little bit of like other people's language, or we did know a little bit of like the other's language. Like she knew, or like she knew like some English from school, because it's English is a mandatory class there, and I knew I knew a little bit Japanese, because you know took some I took some Japanese courses on my own time to learn the language, and I also have Japanese friends as well, so which is how we met. So yeah, it was fucking great. You know, it's definitely like, regardless of like culture, fucking language and all that shit, you 100% can fucking fall in love with someone that isn't. Like, we've been talking, like, she and I have been talking for such a fucking long time and everything, but I had to put a fucking pin in it because of COVID, so we wanted to fucking go and see each other, so we couldn't really do that because of COVID, so.
You both got married and had kids and lived happily ever after. Wait, about your future kids. You'd love them too, wouldn't you?
Yep.
They can't replace us because they are us. Don't be fooled. Human differences are really small, so we don't have to fear each other. Instead, let's just get to know each other.
Yeah, like, I enjoy fucking conversing with a lot of different people from different backgrounds, you know, like that, like, and like hearing their perspectives and everything, and like why they believe that and everything, and like I'm fairly respectful about it too. Like I'm like, ever since like I stopped believing in like psychotic Nazi shit, I'm like, you know, I'm a lot more empathetic, and like I, you know, understand where people are coming from, because I'm like, I'm there, I've been there and everything, so, you know, it's just a little bit sad, you know, like, I'm sad that you've heard that. The reality is that this is the truth, and then a lot of people are tend to be surprised by that and everything, and especially like my history as well. Like, it's fucking crazy. So yeah. I guess let's move on to some more marketplace. Let's take a look at the fucking. Let's take a look at this. The testing food labels and shit.
We're with these avid swimmers, diving in to find out the truth about foods that seem healthy, but are they really? From snack to
They'll probably talk about like sugar, like how much fucking sugar is in shit, and they might talk about trans fats as well. That's what I have a feeling that they're going to be talking about.
cereal aisles, we've heard about 5 popular products making big, bold claims. So we're putting them to the test.
13 grams of protein. I really like this one. Because it has the fruit enlarged on the front of it. Really good. Lots of fiber.
Like, the thing is that like last time we watched, like, not like the last video of Marketplace we watched, but like the last time we watched like a Marketplace video on food, like, we learned, did I watch it? Did we watch it on stream? I don't remember. But essentially, like, it was like everything, like your main products and everything were like that they want to push for it, like eye level, more healthier niche options would be placed up above, and like your jumbo packs of shit would be placed at the bottom.
20%.
And it's 21% of your daily value of fiber.
And sometimes, you know, the healthier options could also be placed at the bottom, because like, who's going to be looking up or down, right? Like, for me personally, I fucking love oatmeal crisp. Like, I love it, especially like the one with the almonds. Like, oh my god, that's so good. I imagine it's like not healthy for me at all, but like it's good though. I like to lie to myself and say that I'm eating something good.
Wow.
Hey, Stefania, how are you?
But first, it's time to shop with
I feel
the Dietary Pro.
I feel like such an old fucking person for saying that, because like the first time that I actually had it was at my granny's. Unfortunately, she's passed, but yeah, it was like fucking loved it.
So what we're looking for today is misleading marketing and how some people look at products and think, wow, these are better than the rest.
Okay, let's go shopping.
All right.
Stefania Palmieri is a registered dietitian.
It's got the blueberries, it's got the blackberries, high in fiber. Look at that.
I fucking hate the juice shit. Like, it's so fucking gross. If I wanted to have like juice and shit, I would just like buy some fruits, put it in a blender, and like make a smoothie. Maybe add some protein powder to it too.
Box on the shelf. Yeah, I want to focus on their high protein. Find our next one. Just down here, if you'll notice, they're actually in the chip aisle.
Potato chips are so fucking unhealthy, man. But I can't get enough of them.
Okay, throw it in the cart. Let's go. Who wouldn't want a high fiber brownie? Gets things moving, right? Absolutely.
Bro, that has to have so much sugar in it.
Is this too good to be true?
Stefania says all of our picks have something in common.
Lots of sugar.
Health halo is basically the perception that a food is better than it says it is, with very little evidence to back that up.
First up, these Sensible Portions veggie straws. The name itself implies lots of veggies, and the company says it's a better-for-you snack. These swimmers seem to think so too.
The colors would like indicate for me like carrots, peas.
I mean, that's just part of marketing though, right? Because like you make it look appealing and everything, and like if you're trying to promote like a more healthy product, I imagine you'll probably use like dyes and stuff like that in order to make it look a little bit more healthy, right?
Yeah. Exactly. That's the impression that they get. But if we took a closer look on the ingredient list, you're going to notice that they're not too far off your standard brand of potato chip. If you're eating these, should you be eating something else instead?
Yep.
I wouldn't rely on this for your vegetable intake, that's for sure.
Dr. Robert Lustig agrees.
First of all, 240 calories. Okay? I don't know of any vegetable that has 240 calories.
He's a childhood obesity expert and an endocrinologist.
Potato starch.
I honestly like. I would fucking love like eating fucking fruits and veggies. Like, it's a little bit sad I can't have grapes because I personally really enjoy grapes, but my fucking body hates grapes. Like, it does not sit well with my stomach. I think like I have like some form of like I'm not sure if it'd be an allergy or if it would be like just a fucking reflex, because like once it gets to like my lower gut, it hurts so fucking much. I should I do need to talk to my doctor sometime soon, so I imagine that I might bring that up to him and ask him what's going on. And it's not just fucking grapes either, it's kiwi too, which really sucks because I love kiwi. Kiwi is so good.
Potato flour. What's a vegetable about that? Number two, it has sugar in it. If it's a vegetable,
there it is.
It probably shouldn't have sugar.
It's kind of disappointing.
Vegetable straw, potato starch, potato flour. So essentially, they're just potato straws.
We asked the company behind these straws about its veggie claims, but they declined to comment.
I mean, of course they would.
From veggies to fruits, next up, Welch's mixed fruit.
Yeah, aren't these just like fucking gummies? Like, this is the shit, like, this is the gummy shit you just toss in your fucking lunchbox when you're in like elementary school and like trade to someone else for something better, like a small bag of chips.
Fruit snacks.
They're really good. I feel everyone loves eating them.
These are good.
What do you notice about this box?
Fruits everywhere, right off the bat. Real fruit.
The company's website says they put the fruit in fruit snacks.
Yeah, totally.
Fruit puree
First ingredient
is not fruit. As soon as you take a piece of fruit and put it on the stove and boil it, you have basically changed its properties. You have gotten rid of the fiber in order to make that puree. So this is actually just concentrated sugar. With fruit flavoring, of course.
Well,
yep. Like I said, it's just fucking straight sugar.
This has been in the news before over U.S. lawsuits about their real fruit claims, but those were dismissed or settled.
Of course they were.
Fine print, not intended to replace fresh fruit in the diet.
Parents think they're giving their kids maybe a healthy alternative?
In fact, they're not. And the
Well, the thing is that like, I honestly don't think that parents fucking think, unironically think that this is a replacement for fucking fruit. Like generally speaking, like when I saw someone with these fucking gummies, it'd be like, you know, this, like an apple, like a sandwich, and then like a juice box.
The way you can tell that is because of the sugars on the side of the box. 10 grams.
10 grams?
This is nothing but a candy and should be advertised.
Is that per package? I didn't realize how much fucking sugar was in that. Jesus.
As such.
A not so sweet surprise for these swimmers.
Not intended to replace fresh fruit in the diet. What do you think about that? It seems a little hypocritical.
Wait. 22 grams per pouch? So it would be 10 grams of sugar per pouch then. Bro, that's like about half. That's fucking crazy.
What do you think about that? It seems a little hypocritical. Fried fruit is our #1 ingredient and have that on the side.
Well, I'm a bit confused, Welches, about the branding and what it actually has. You gotta make this a bit healthier if you want to advertise it as the fruit snacks.
Welch's stands by their label, saying this is made with real fruit, and says their
Uh-huh.
customers know it's not intended to replace fresh fruit in the diet. And it's not the only label that
That's no
looks like
excuse.
the product is loaded with fruit.
It's made with blueberries and blackberries.
7.5 servings per bottle. Wow.
Take a look
What?
at this Bolthouse Blue Goodness juice with 7.5 servings of fruit and 21% of your daily fiber.
It says it's 100% fruit juice, so I would think from that you're not getting anything added in it.
But the fiber in there is added with a supplement called inulin.
The fiber source is not naturally occurring from a whole blended fruit.
Oh. Wow, well that's pretty terrible. I mean, you think over here it's all like fruit stuff.
And Stefania says much of that color is also an additive.
In addition of
Not
extra blue
surprising.
pigment to keep the product looking the way that it does.
Is it good for you?
Like I said, it all just comes down to marketing in the end.
This is a sugar bomb, is what this is.
Yep.
They're trying to make you think that this
I fucking called it. I knew for a fact that like pretty much everything would have fucking sugar in it. I fucking called it.
is from fruit, therefore it's healthy. Eat a fruit.
As for that
Yep.
claim about the 7.5 servings
Or
of
just like make a fucking smoothie out of this, like, or out of the fruit, like. And plus, you can like customize it to your fucking taste and everything. Like, oh, smoothies are so fucking good. You don't even need to add sugar.
fruit in this, Bolthouse is busted on that too. As of 2019, Canada's food guide no longer classifies juice as a serving of fruit because it's now considered a sugary drink.
Yep,
So
it
we
is.
asked Bolthouse about this. They say starting next year, it won't be on the label anymore. Bolthouse says it
We'll
adds
see.
inulin for the fiber benefits and tells us that they use juice from concentrate to keep the product affordable. Up next, Fiber One brownies. The company says it's
I mean, that's just like pure sugar, right? It has to be.
bars are baked naturally with 5 grams of fiber, and that fiber never tasted so good. Denny Ogarande looks for healthy snacks with added fiber all the time.
I'm going to be nosy and ask to see what's in your cabinets. Can you show me? Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see.
She has irritable bowel syndrome, or IBS. She's tried
Aw.
all kinds of products for their fiber content, but to her surprise, products like this weren't helping.
This is a type of fiber that not only wouldn't help me, but it would actually make my symptoms worse.
That's because this product also has the fiber supplement inulin.
Yep,
For someone at
there
least
it
like
is.
me who has my type of irritable bowel syndrome, it would just make me feel pretty awful.
Might be okay for some. For others, it could cause discomfort.
What we know about inulin is it's something we call a fermentable fiber. Our gut bacteria love to eat from it. And for some people, particularly those, let's say, with irritable bowel syndrome, they find that they overproduce gas from this product. Let's take a look here. If you're looking at the
Oops. Let's take a look to see.
This
Oh,
episode.
that's not what I want.
that they overproduce gas from this product. Let's take a look here.
Okay. Enriched wheat flour. chicory root extract, inulin fiber, icing sugar. Bro, sugar is a third fucking ingredient. Chocolate flavored drops, sugar, palm, kernel oil, cacao, soy, lecithin, natural flavor, which could literally be fucking anything. Milk ingredient, salt, cacao, fructose, sugarcane fiber, palm and high moisturized canola oil, shortening, sugar, uh, glycerin, palm kernel and palm oils, water, canola oil, natural flavor, salt, baking soda, sodium, aluminum phosphate, modified cornstarch, dried egg whites, soy lecithin, milk ingredients, xanthan gum, locust bean gum, citric acid, and rosemary extract. Bro, that's so much fucking sugar. And not just that, like, there's also a bunch of fucking stabilizers in here too. You have two different forms of fucking gum. There's a lot of fucking oil in it. And a lot of, like, fucking, chocolate shit in there as well. So it's like, a vast majority of it is fucking, just fucking sugar. Like, you have some fucking quote-unquote fiber.
If you're looking at the first ingredient, they're using enriched wheat flour, which is white flour. Right?
Yep.
And then the second ingredient is inulin, which is a fiber supplement. And then the third ingredient is icing sugar. Is it a cookie? Essentially, with a fiber supplement added to it. So what I encourage families to do is see if you can do your own baked.
If I wanted to fucking just have a cookie, I would just have a fucking cookie. Or just fucking, like, yeah, I would just have a fucking cookie. Probably make them myself, though. Because homemade cookies they're so good.
Goods at home. You can use whole grains like oats or whole grain flour as the basis that have more fiber.
The company behind Fiber One, General Mills, says they're following Health Canada's rules. They clarify that not all the fiber comes from inulin, some comes from sugarcane.
I mean, Health Canada's fucking rules are pretty fucking dog shit, though.
So I think having greater transparency about what is actually in.
And, like, one thing, we'll have to watch it sometime on stream, but, like, one thing that I think that they should do is, like, not only having a sugar tax, but also having a, having the, percentage for sugar on the side of labeling, because, like, honest companies will fucking put it on the fucking packaging, but most don't.
In all of the food that people are eating and focusing more on that.
Like, the percentage of sugar.
Now that Denny's changed her diet, she can get back to doing what she really loves. Which one of these products raises the most red flags for our experts?
Oof. Tell the consumer that this is okay, that it normalizes it, that this is fine to do.
That's a very good question.
We'll tell you coming up on your marketplace. Get more marketplace. Sign up for our weekly newsletter at cbc.ca/marketplace. This is your marketplace.
Okay.
We're on the lookout for lousy labels. Flagging foods that our dietary experts say fall under a health halo. They may look like a good choice, but when you dig into their healthy-sounding claims,
it might have you rethink your decision.
Like, even just, like, by reading, like, the ingredients and, like, the nutrition facts, like, you can clearly tell that it's just a bunch of BS. The first three ingredients are very important, so, you know, automatically if I see sugar, like, I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be very fucking healthy. Like, it doesn't matter what form of fucking sugar it is. Like corn syrup, fucking sugar, icing sugar, whatever it is.
this juice, these fruit snacks, brownies, and veggie straws. Our experts worry about this label the most.
Uh-oh.
Meal replacement Vector, usually.
Yeah, the thing with fucking cereal or breakfast cereals is that they're incredibly fucking sugary. Like it's like one of the it's like having fucking like a bowl of candy for breakfast in some instances. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my I love myself a good bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Like, I know that I'm being fucking unhealthy when I eat it.
Usually found in the cereal aisle, geared towards athletes and for anyone looking to boost protein.
What do you notice about what it's high protein? Is that something you think a lot about? Definitely. I try to put as much protein in like every single meal because that makes us feel good in the bowl.
When I see high protein and I was working out a lot and it was an easy breakfast.
I mean, like, wouldn't like eating meat and like nuts be a lot better for protein than having a bowl of fucking cereal?
So I'd always eat this.
Vector came out almost 25 years ago with slogans like Fuel Up and ads featuring athletes, often promoting its high protein and micronutrients.
Bro, it's like going off of the fucking Wheaties fucking branding, bro.
Why do you pick this?
For the protein, really. I don't have any dairy. I have it on its own.
But get this, most of that protein isn't coming from Vector itself.
A big claim on the Vector, obviously. Big font, high protein. What are we really looking at here?
Well, I'd even flip that question back to you as an average consumer, as a mom.
Yep.
Where do you think that protein is coming from?
I'd say it's in the box. 13 grams of protein in this box. My teenager's putting it in his bowl. He's eating it up. I'm thinking, done.
For a serving of Vector as stipulated on the box, there's about 5.7 grams of protein, which is different than the 13 grams advertised on the front. So in truth, the 13 grams of protein is really coming from when the cereal is combined with cow's milk.
And our experts tell us Vector without milk has about the same amount of protein as many other cereals. Still, Health Canada,
that's not
which
surprising.
oversees labels, allows the claims on all these labels. But the CFIA tells us if customers feel misled, they can file a complaint.
What they're doing is they're adding the milk to tell you how much protein.
So the main thing is that clearly Health Canada has failed with in regards to labeling. That's all that it tells me.
They do that? Apparently they can.
I eat this a lot, actually, and I've never thought to look at the side, but wow.
They should have like a thing over here, like something you say like with milk.
Vector does have this mark on the front, near that 13-gram claim. But the swimmers tell us it's easy to miss.
Yeah, like, I didn't even see that the first, like, I didn't even see that. Like, come on, bro.
Option for high in protein.
We asked Kellogg's about this claim. They say
Like, they tend, to be fair, though, I guess, like, when it comes to stuff like that, as well as, like, asterisks next to certain claims, they make it as tiny as possible, to be fair.
Vector is a meal replacement, not a cereal, so they follow those rules. Kellogg says they voluntarily included protein information with and without milk. Still, experts say it's not enough.
Claims like that tell the consumer that this is okay, that it normalizes it, that this is fine to do.
But these athletes have their own messages for the companies.
Do a better job.
When you go to the store and you want a healthy option, that should be accessible to them. It should be something easy for you to get.
I'm not a food scientist. I'm not a high school student, you know? I should not have to do this much research. You know, I'm not CBC Marketplace.
Bro. Yeah, let's just call it there. We'll have more or not. I don't know. We'll probably watch that at a later. Well, I guess we'll call it there. We'll probably, if I'm up in time, we'll probably watch. We'll probably watch some, or do like Remembrance Days. Watch some Remembrance Day services and shit. So, yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Might, even if not, I might like cover some news and stuff tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. And yeah, I guess with that we'll call it there. And if I decide not to stream, we'll still have It Takes Two tomorrow. So yeah, until then, see you later.